November 16th, and I am now calling our meeting to order. Clerk Patapow, could you please report out of closed session?
No reportable action taken in closed session.
Okay, please stand for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, with that, Board Member O'Connor-Radcliffe, would you please welcome the public?
I got a long one here, so bear with me. All right, so welcome to the monthly meeting of the Board of Education. If you would like to address the board on any agenda item, please complete a speaker slip and note which item on the agenda your comments concern, and you will be called upon when that agenda item comes up. If you'd like to address the board on any non-agenda item, please complete a speaker slip as well, and you'll be called up under item C. Item C is placed on our agenda to enable members of our community to speak to the board about topics that are not otherwise on the agenda. All speaker slips, if our clerk doesn't already have them, must be submitted to the executive assistant of the board down there at the end before the agenda item comes up. If you are requesting an agenda item be pulled for public discussion from Section E, our consent calendar, a speaker slip must be submitted to the executive assistant right now. Get it done, as approval of the consent calendar is one of the first items up for approval. The board is responsible for setting policy and direction for the students of Poway Unified School District. Students are always present at the board meetings. The meetings are also live streamed via the internet and posted as recordings on our website. So whether experienced live, via live streaming or recording, it's important that to our community and to the board that our meetings reflect civility and good role modeling. Please keep that in mind. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 15 minutes per side of each topic unless waived by the board president. There will be a 30-second warning. It'll be that yellow light up there when time's running out. Speakers may only speak on one topic under item C and may not defer their speaking time to another individual. Vulgarity and profanity will not be allowed. If you have a complaint or a charge against a specific PUSD employee, it is recommended that you submit a formal complaint as outlined in our board procedure 4.106.2. The final step in that process provides the board the ability to hear an appeal of the complaint if the board so chooses. If you are voicing a complaint against an employee, in order to protect the employee's right to adequate notice before a hearing of your complaint and to preserve the ability of the board to legally consider the complaint in any subsequent evaluation of the employee, it is the policy of the board to hear the complaint in closed session. If you have any written materials for the board to review that would provide more specific information, please submit them to our executive assistant at the end again. The Brown Act does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, but your concerns will be referred to staff. Whew. And with that said, welcome and thank you all for coming.
And now there will be a quiz on that. Okay, thank you. And now we will go to the approval of the minutes. And the recommendation is that the minutes of October 19th regular board meeting be approved as presented. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Zane, second by Board Member Patapow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item A7, approval of the agenda sequence, that the following agenda items be considered prior to routine items. Okay, we don't have any prior to routine items. All those in, is there a motion?
I'd actually like to, I'm sorry.
Oh, not yet.
My apologies.
Not yet.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Board Member Zane, second by Board Member Patapow. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item A8 is the consent calendar. And Board Member Pujar, Student Board Member Pujar, do you have any action items on the consent calendar that you would like pulled this evening?
No, thank you.
Board Member Zane.
E303.
Okay. Just copy that. Board Member Sellers? No, ma'am. Board Member Patapow?
No.
Okay. Board Member O'Connor-Radcliffe? No. Okay, and I have none, so we will approve the consent calendar as amended, having pulled E303. Is there a motion to approve? Okay, motion by Board Member Patapow, second by Board Member Zane. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. Okay. All right, and now we are on to our student board representative reports. Welcome. And our first student from Mount Carmel High School, Jennifer Welsh.
Hello and good evening, PUSD board members. It is a pleasure to be with you again to tell you all about the awesome Sun Devil Pride-filled events we've had these past few weeks. 3 weeks ago, we had our football game against Torrey Pines. We told everyone we could to wear pink in support of breast cancer for the game. Earlier that day, we had Sun Devils all over dressed up for Halloween at school. We even had a costume contest for whichever Sun Devil had the best costume at school. We were very proud to hear that some of the MC Sun Devils that did reflections did so well that they were moved up to the next level. November 6th was a very fun and pride-filled day at Mount Carmel. Not only did we have KUSI come to the school for the morning pep rally, which was filled with laughter, games, and all-around fun. Our advanced classical choir got the opportunity to go to Point Loma Nazarene and perform along with many other schools. They then got critiqued on how they did and how they can improve by professional classical choir instructors. Mount Carmel's choir was very excited and proud to hear the rave reviews they got. Later that day, MC Sun Devils got to play against their school rival, the Westview Wolverines. It was an intense game that kept everyone on both sides on the edge of their seat till the very end. It was also senior night, which made the game that much more exciting. The MC pride was overflowing when we won, and all the students rushed to the field to cheer with the football players. Last week, Sun Devils finished their first finals, bringing an end to the first trimester and the seniors that much closer to graduation. This week, Sun Devils are revved up for their new classes and the beginning of an exciting, fun-filled, and hard-working trimester. As always, it is a pleasure again to speak with all of you, and I look forward to seeing you guys again next month. Thank you.
Thank you. From Rancho Bernardo High School, Reiko Simmons.
I'm glad to hear I have a fan club tonight. It's very nice to see all of you. So at RB, things we are proud of is our homecoming dance had over 1,000 attendees, which is the most we've had in years, and of the past 2 or 3 combined. The following week, after homecoming, we had Red Ribbon Week, in which the Bronco ambassadors put on lunchtime activities every day to show that with drugs and alcohol, you're not going to be able to attain your dreams. And one of the events we actually put on was an RB Dream Wall, in which each student wrote on a Post-it note their dreams to make the connection between what happens when you do drugs and how you won't be able to attain your dreams. After that, the Royal Regiment won sweepstakes at the last 2 tournaments and will competing this weekend in the Southern California Band Tournament. We won league titles in boys cross country, football, and also girls golf. Our improv team also hosted the annual Improv with the Teachers, which was a huge success. Things we are excited about: many of our fall sports teams are in CIF playoffs, including football, tennis, cross country, and field hockey. Seniors are getting ready to turn in their much-awaited college apps with the UC and CSU deadline on November 30th. Also, ASB is planning the Holiday Spirit Week, which will have many new surprises for our students. Things we are working on: our performing arts programs are working on the Winter Dance Concert, the Very Bronco Holiday Show, and our Winter Assembly. Also, counselors are putting their finishing touches on CRFs for next year as we move on to a 4x4 schedule. Also, winter sports tryouts are this week, and we wish our Bronco athletes good luck in the upcoming season. And finally, we are in the final 6 weeks of our semester and hope our Broncos do well, finishing the semester and then going to a long-awaited break. Thank you.
From Westview High School, Lauren Overbo. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I am Lauren Overbo, Westview ASB's Vice President. Currently at Westview, our varsity football team was victorious in their first CIF football game and will continue on to play Mount Carmel this Friday. The girls' cross-country team won the title of 2015 Palomar League champions this past weekend, and they will be participating in CIF playoffs this upcoming weekend. As fall sports are ending, winter sports are beginning. Tryouts for winter sports began this past weekend and are continuing throughout this week. In the field of performing arts, Westview Theater is busy preparing for their 100% student-written and acted productions called One Acts, which will be performed this week, November 19th through the 21st. Choir is currently preparing for their winter concerts on December 2nd, December 3rd, and December 4th. This past Tuesday, Westview Gold Marching Band competed in the Westview Gold Tournament hosted on our very own campus. We were the host facility for over 18 San Diego schools. And ASB has been very busy with the following on campus. Unity Week was held November 2nd through the 6th, where the sophomore class went through workshops that encouraged them to reach out and know the stories of those in their class. Throughout the week, homeroom and lunchtime activities were organized to involve the entire student body in Unity Week. Our goal was to achieve inclusion and acceptance of one another throughout the campus. The process for selecting the next ASB executive team is underway, with interviews happening this week and campaign week scheduled for November 30th through December 4th. While the senior class presidents organized and put on the Senior Harbor Cruise event this past Saturday, the sophomore class presidents have been busy in preparation for the annual dodgeball tournament beginning in December. Tomorrow, eligible students and adults throughout the community will participate in our fall blood drive held at Westview. And today, an incredible display of student camaraderie by our French Club and Muslim Student Association was shown as they paired up to pay their respects to the victims of the attacks on November 13th with a moment of silence in our quad. Many staff members and students all came out throughout the day to pay their respects. As we all know, November has been a very busy month, and Westview wishes you all a wonderful, relaxing November and Thanksgiving break. Thank you for your time.
From Del Norte High School, Reagan Cloutier.
Good evening. My name is Reagan Cloutier. It is my privilege to report to the school board this evening. Here's what's happening in the Nest at Del Norte. College Ready. The Nest hosted the annual PUSD College Fair, where students were able to explore over 120 colleges and become more acquainted with their options for the future. 15 of our students attended the Bay Luncheon hosted by Solutions. Student Services held a pizza party to congratulate our students who have improved their attendance recently and are becoming much more organized in their busy lives. Future focused. This month, our Nighthawk ambassadors visited Stone Ranch Elementary and promoted a drug-free lifestyle as a part of their Red Ribbon Week. The students were excited to see the great examples these older students set. For the third year in a row, Del Norte has been a part of the SCVA Honor Choir, as 3 students and 1 teacher from Del Norte were selected. As many of our fall sports seasons have come to an end, we've held senior night for our cheerleaders, football team, band, water polo, and field hockey. Our orchestra, along with Oak Valley Middle School, performed in a Halloween spooktacular. It was an exciting night for current and future Nighthawks. Our band hosted a tournament, and their performance earned them high scores. It was a very memorable one. SRO Briggs came and visited with Nighthawk parents to discuss the harmful effects of drugs on teens and the responsibility that exists when parents host parties where alcohol is present. For our Red Ribbon Week, Del Norte focused on making an impact beyond the campus and out into the community. Our first improv show of the year was on the 6th with a whole new team of the funniest people at school. ASB planned another successful pep rally full of hip-hop performances, teacher relays, and a sax-off. Globally aware. Del Norte partnered with our community and helped bring happiness to 18 children in the Fairbanks Commons by giving them free bikes. 5 of these students attended Del Norte. Our ASB held another successful club lunch at lunch, and many clubs grew in size as students signed up to pursue their passions. At the close of Trimester 1, our art department held another fantastic night at the museum filled with face painting, singing, and amazing art forms all on display. For the month of November, Del Norte is hosting a canned food drive to reach out to our community and share with those in need. Thank you for your attention this evening. I've enjoyed sharing the DNHS highlights with you, and as always, today is a great day to be a Nighthawk.
From Poway High School, Troy Chasen. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony. Sorry, let's restart. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Chasen, and I am Executive Vice President at Poway High School, filling in for Ashley, who is at soccer tryouts. As always, our Titans have been extremely busy. Our 12-week grades are being finalized, and progress reports will be sent out shortly to give students and parents a better idea of how they're doing. Additionally, our seniors are hard at work finishing up their CSU and UC college applications before the November 30th deadline. We are happy to say that our football team has won the first CIF playoff game against El Captain on Friday, and will be advancing further into CIF. Additionally, our field hockey and water polo teams are continuing on, and we have high hopes for their future games. ASB is in the midst of an annual canned food drive. This year we have changed our traditional competition of the classes that can get the most cans to a specific teacher challenging other teachers. This new competition really motivates students to start donating, and today was our first day doing it, and our teacher already brought in 1,500 cans. We look forward to the rest of the week, and we hope to get more cans for the struggling families in our Poway area. Our robotics team just hosted its big VEX tournament in which many schools came to showcase what they created. Additionally, our drama department just finished its production of Macbeth. Everyone loved the modern twist of the classic with fantastic lighting, sound, effects. Combined with our talented actors, it was an unforgettable show. Today we held Plus, a student forum that works to address issues on campus and build school culture. Our students love to take part in this activity, which we do multiple times a year. Another way our students can input their ideas on our campus is through a new focus group our principal has created. It allows students from a variety of different backgrounds to come together in a productive way to voice concerns or make suggestions on how to improve our campus. It is a wonderful way for our staff and students to collaborate to make Poway better. As winter rolls around, all our Titans are excited for our winter sports, which are holding tryouts this week. Additionally, we look forward to our quickly approaching winter concerts. That's all I have for you tonight. Thank you very much.
I apologize, Tony, I misstated your name. All right, thank you all for your wonderful reports, and you're very welcome to stay for an exciting meeting, or you can leave and do important things. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we are on to the superintendent's report briefing. Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we have, since our last board meeting, there have been many important events going on around our district, and I'd like to share a few of those as well as a few of the recognition pieces that are in your board packets. First of all, my first item I'd like to report on is the opening of what's known as Mission Federal / Junior Achievement Finance Park. Our district and I personally have a long history of partnering with both Junior Achievement and Mission Federal Credit Union. That's why I'm excited to share that Junior Achievement celebrated the grand opening of Mission Fed JA Finance Park in October. The 6,300 square foot high-tech facility in Mission Valley takes reality-based learning to a new level by placing students in authentic, real-world scenarios where they take control of their financial decisions. Continuing our JA and Mission Fed partnerships, 120 Poway High Avid students recently were one of the first to participate in the Finance Park experience. where they worked hands-on with financial and career planning tools. And the students on my Students Advisory Committee, Superintendent's Student Advisory Committee, are working directly with Mission Federal, vetting Mission Fed's newly designed parent and teacher financial literacy curriculum. I believe that is a very exciting event for our district as well as for the Junior Achievement of San Diego. Under staff recognition, I wanted to highlight that Meadowbrook Middle School math teacher Kay McKeffey is one of the 10 teachers nominated by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tom Torlakson, as California finalists for the 2015 Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. In this nomination, Superintendent Torlakson recognized Ms. McKeffey's 25 years of teaching and her national board certification, describing her as a leader who plans and presents professional development throughout Poway Unified School District. Another one I want to highlight is the October 31st, 2015 was dedicated as Paul Meserly Day in the 5th District of the City of San Diego by Councilman Mark Kersey. Mr. Meserly, art teacher at Rancho Bernardo High School, was recently selected as the 2015 San Diego County Teacher of the Year for his outstanding ability to inspire his students to tap into their artistic talents. And then on a third staff recognition that I think is pretty awesome, the California Music Educator Association Southern Border Section has named Executive Director Dr. Elaine Cofrancesco as this year's recipient of the group's Outstanding Administrator Award. I'd like to take just a couple of minutes and very briefly, I'd like to call Kim Lundgren, who is an elementary instrumental music teacher in our district and the secretary for that association, and Pauline Crooks, the band teacher at Bernardo Heights Middle School, who is immediate past president of that association, to join Dr. Cofrancesco. Are you here, Elaine?
How can you miss hiding back there?
At the dais for a special presentation, or at the speaker's table. Please have a seat at the table here and make your presentation to the board. And make sure you share the mic. Pauline and Kim.
Thank you. So Elaine Cofrancesco is being honored as the California Music Educators Association Southern Border Section as the School District Administrator of the Year. Dr. Cofrancesco has been with the Poway Unified School District for over 34 years, serving as a teacher, counselor, and administrator. As Executive Director of Student Support Services, she works with students and families to provide a variety of services to support the health, safety, and welfare of students. She also oversees the 5th grade elementary music program and works with an excellent music team. Elaine enjoys working with the elementary team because in 4th grade she started playing the string bass and has a long history of playing in orchestras and jazz ensembles. She has always been a supporter of the arts and is also a National Board Certified Music Therapist. She values serving as the chair for the Arts and Education Initiative Committee, Poway Performing Arts Center Foundation, and involving students and teachers in the introduction to instruments, Meet the Artist, and children's theater programs. She believes that performing arts educators have an opportunity to make a difference in the lives of students and should never give up their passion for the arts. All of the students in the Poway Unified School District continue to benefit from her commitment to music education. I'd like to present you with this award.
Then I want to move to some student recognition. On October 21st, high school senior Sawa Khan was interviewed on HuffPost Live about her Humans of RB photo diary. Modeled on the renowned photo blog Humans of New York, Sawa's blog features images and profiles of the students at RB High School, the faculty, and the staff, and has been credited with contributing to the positive spirit on the RB High School campus. We have a very, very brief clip of her interview, and I'd like to share that with you now.
Behind the project, Sawa Khan, with us now. So Sawa, thank you for being with us. And before we get to your questions for Brandon, tell us a little bit more, just so everyone's primed, about Humans of RBHS and what kind of impact the project has had on both students and teachers.
All right, so what started as kind of a photo project kind of turned into a huge platform for people at our school. We had no idea that it was going to turn into something like this. And I kind of started out the same way that Brandon Stanton did, right? Like the way you started out, same way with us. We just kind of posted a few pictures, thought that, maybe a couple of people that I knew would follow it. And then in the course of 2 months, the entire school is following it, parents, teachers, community members in San Diego. And the impact that it's made is incredible. You can see cliques dissolving. You can see people opening up. You can see people in the hallway that you might have never talked to before that have these intense emotional stories to tell, and they don't get a chance to tell them because, you can't just walk around all the time and, tell people about these things. But then when you see this and then you see them in person, you kind of go through that story and read it in your head, and you're like, I know a lot more about these people than I ever could have before.
I think that deserves a round of applause for Sawa. Under school recognition, in recognition of its exemplary learning environment for innovation, leadership, and educational technology, Tierra Bonita Elementary School has been selected again as an Apple Distinguished School for 2015-2017. This is the second time that Tierra Bonita has earned this honor, and they were named Apple Distinguished School in 2013-15. So congratulations to Tierra Bonita. I think that's a great honor and has nothing to do with the picture that's on your screen. That's my next one. Poway Unified School District is the proud recipient of the 2015 Green Schools Leadership Award for Resource Management. The award was presented, and you see that in this picture, to our Facilities Maintenance and Operations Director, Mike Tarantino, at the October 29th California Green Schools and Community Colleges Summit. Members of the advisory board applauded Poway's outstanding water conservation projects and programs, and the fact that our district saved 3,951,684 gallons of water between May 2014 and May 2015. That's an amazing accomplishment. And I'm not going to embarrass him too much, but if he would just stand in the audience, let's give our applause to Mike for his great work on that area. Lastly, I'd like to do a budget update very quickly and add some comments. Later on this evening, Associate Superintendent Thalandi will be providing her monthly budget update. As always, it's full of great information. I'd like to draw your attention, though, to some important details that she will be presenting in her report. First, our multi-year projection is looking very good. Second, we are at a positive balance of $5.6 million as of October 31st. Third, using the Department of Finance model, we will be able to balance the 2016-17 and the 17-18 budgets without any reductions to expenses. And lastly, by taking a conservative, methodical approach to our budgeting process, and because of the diligent monitoring of the budget by Ms. Thalandi and her staff, as well as the work of this entire organization, meaning employees, bargaining groups, community members, everybody working together, I'm proud to say that our entire organization, our district, is fiscally stable. And I think that, too, deserves a round of applause. And on that very positive note, Madam President, that concludes my report.
Lots of great news. And on to board member reports. Student Board Member Pujar.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming to today's meeting. I would like to take a moment today to recognize a very special individual. Sonia Risley has been with our district for many years, and I'm thankful to have had the opportunity to work with her. Sonia embodies the principles of a true leader. She's a visionary, collaborative, and a passionate advocate for our kids. We are so fortunate to have individuals like her in our district. I met Sonia in my freshman year of high school when Design 39 campus was in its early stages. Meeting her changed my life. Sonia taught me the importance of empathy. She taught me to really take the time to listen to what others have to say and to make an effort to understand why they said what they said. She taught me to recognize that understanding people is key to making and influencing positive change. It's because of her that I am so passionate about education, and it's because of her that I'm able to speak to you today. As a board and community, we can also practice being good leaders. I would like to encourage all of us to take the time to listen. Listen to what people have to say, and really focus on putting yourself in other people's shoes. As Simon Sinek says, there's a difference between listening and waiting your turn to speak. The world doesn't revolve around you or me. It revolves around all of us. We are all in this together. So remember tonight, our kids are watching. Let us all be respectful, be responsible, and be positive role models. Thank you.
Mr. Zane.
I don't have an extensive report tonight. I just want to briefly say it was a pleasure earlier this month. It's been a busy month for me. I've been out of state travel quite a bit, but I did enjoy attending the presentation to Westview High School senior Nicholas Hu, the 2016 U.S. Army All-American Band acknowledgement or presentation at the school there. It was fantastic, a really impressive presentation there with Board Member O'Connor Ratcliffe, and I actually look forward to watching him on the field in the football game in February, I believe it is. So January, yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sellers.
I attended a couple of events. One of them was personal. I went to the Westview Mount Carmel game. Was very happy to see Westview regain the Kiwanis Cup. That was wonderful.
Or you mean Mount Carmel?
Mount Carmel, sorry. And I guess they're going to meet again this week in the playoffs. So fear the fork, everybody. Also went to a great event on November 1st, which was the Jacko Smash, the second annual Jacko Smash. And it was a wonderful event. Everybody had a great time. I was accompanied by Kimberly and Michelle. And they raised a great deal of money, 2/3 of which comes back to our district. And so I want to commend Sue Herndon and her crew for all the fine work that they do on behalf of our special needs community. And I look forward to many more years of this event. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Patapel?
I have nothing to report.
Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe?
I've got a few things here. I was at the college fair at Del Norte High School. It was the night after our board meeting from last month. What a turnout. It was, it really speaks volumes about the college mindset of our Poway Unified families, and I was really proud to see it. I enjoyed speaking with a lot of students, a lot of parents as a representative of my own alma mater at that table, but what a great event, and I'm very pleased that by the time we get to high school, all of these kids are looking to college. They're so interested, they ask great questions. As Mr. Zane mentioned, I was at Westview High School to honor Nicholas Hu. He'll perform on January 9th, 2016, just into the new year. I want to extend a brief thank you to Westview Gold Director Jerry Webb, Principal Todd Casson, and Vice Principal Scott Wild for having me there, and congratulations again to Nicholas. That was really an amazing ceremony there, just out in their quad at a break in the day with tons of students gathered around. There's some real appreciation by the students there for what Nicholas and I believe what all of Westview Gold does there at that school. I had an opportunity to be at the Rotaries race, the 27th annual San Diego North Rotary Club Fun Run. This is for kids in our school district, grades 3 through 8. It was held on the Mount Carmel High School track. Super well attended. I'd never been before. My oldest was a 3rd grader this year, so I was there for the first time. What an event. A lot of runners from her school, but tons of runners from all over Poway Unified. The kids had a great time. Everybody received a finisher ribbon. I hope the Rotary keeps doing this for another 27 because what an event. That was great. I also toured a couple of schools around the district recently. Every campus has a really unique feel and unique issues when you get there, so I hope to get around to all of our schools eventually. But this month I went to Design 39 campus and Monterey Ridge. Big thank you to Principal Sonia Risley and Assistant Principal Amy Richardson at D39 for taking more than an hour with me, to all the teachers who didn't even blink an eye when we invaded their classroom spaces, and to all those students who were so eager to show off what they were doing, all of those design ideas. It was really, really wonderful to watch so many kids in action, and to echo Principal Risley, they're showing us their real-life superpowers. I heard about superpower after superpower, and I got to see them in action, and it's really something. And to echo what Neil said, Principal Risley, though I don't know her nearly as well as Neil obviously does, I can say that during that tour, we did not pass one child in that hallway who she didn't greet by name, and as we proceeded down the hallway, tell me about that particular child's superpower. She knows these kids, she cares about these kids. Every classroom we entered, the children lit up when she walked in, ran up to her, Principal Risley, see, look what I'm doing, look what I'm doing. I mean, it really speaks volumes of her, and knowing nothing else about her, that was enough for me. She's quite a lady. At Monterey Ridge, I walked around with Principal Embry. We popped into a lot of classrooms there, saw some updated technology, particularly in the portables there. They seem really happy with those recent changes, I'm glad to see. Soaked in some of the benefits of that village school concept. That design there is really different from what I'm used to in Penasquitos. Learned about some really innovative programs they're piloting there, and was told all about over and over again about their Friday flag ceremony. So I intend to get back there. You guys should all get back there to their Friday flag ceremony. It sounds like the place to be. Yeah, lastly, Jacko Smash. What an event. Yeah, great crowd, great time, great cause. That's about it. I got to pop in on our 2 beneficiaries' tents, their booths there, the PUSD Special Education Foundation and Abraxas Transition Program. They both have some really exciting plans for the money they're going to get from that event. So thank you to those Jacko Smash organizers. And that's it for me.
Thank you. So, yeah, I was also an attendee at the Jacko Smash, and they will be doing a presentation with the funds that they raised for those 2 programs that you mentioned at our next board meeting in December. And we have 3 members in my family participate in the 15K, as well as my husband, who happens to be the volunteer parent cross-country coach at Black Mountain Middle School, and they had the largest showing of any school in the district. They had, I think, in excess of 20 kids from their team that has well over somewhere between 80 and 100 kids on that team. So that was a great event. And I also made it to the Mount Carmel Westview football game, finally, after having 4 kids at the school. And that was very exciting. The marching band, wow, that is just, our marching bands are just phenomenal to watch. I mean, those kids, it's like I remember thinking this with orchestra, and I'm sure Mr. Sellers, it's the same with choir. I mean, it's like they look like they're college level. I mean, they're just so talented, and the maneuvers that they're doing with their instruments is just incredibly sophisticated. And I think that's it for my report.
If I may add one thing, I apologize. But to put Neil's comments about Sonia Risley, as well as Michelle's comments about Sonia Risley, the principal of D39, it is with bittersweet emotion that we had approved, this board approved under the consent calendar, that Ms. Risley is retiring on the 26th of January of this year. Why I'm thrilled for her that she gets to retire and do whatever's next in her life. It is a tremendous loss to this district. But that puts in context a little bit, I believe, Neil's comments and Michelle's, and I think it was important for the audience to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item B4, public hearing of Educator Effectiveness Grant Funding Plan. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we are presenting our two-year plan for the $2.4 million grant for the Educator Effectiveness Grant. We had heard about this many months ago, so I had informed the board, but finally we have received the letter from CDE, California Department of Education, and they have a requirement that this be approved in a two-phase process. First is the public hearing, which we are doing today, and then in December I'll be bringing the same grant back for approval by the board. We are planning to spend this $2.4 million over a two-year period, and on the green sheet we have listed our detailed plan as well as the plans of those different programs that we have in place in our district already. If there are any questions from the board, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, and this is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on this? Or actually, do we need a slip for this one? So, are there any members of the public wishing to speak on during the public hearing? And any questions from the board?
Board President, I'd like to highlight item 2, the elementary professional learning part of it. Each elementary school has a team of 2 to 4 professional learning leaders. I think that's a very important part of our school in fostering that teacherpreneurship spirit. So I'm happy to see that included in this green sheet. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I just had one question. And it could be in here, are there funds budgeted for veteran teacher interventions?
Ms. Hogarth?
Yes, please.
Yes, Ms. Beatty, it's part of the Poway Professional Assistance Program. It's called PTIP.
Okay.
Number 1.
Okay. I see that. Thank you. Mr. Zane?
Ms. Londy, just a quick question. Were there monies in the current budget allocated for programs that are covered by this grant? What happens to that money? Is it pushed back into the general fund for other uses?
That is correct, Mr. Zane. In 2015-16, we will release $1.3 million, and in 16-17, we will release $1.1 million to go into the unrestricted general fund. The following year, though, general fund will pick up all these pieces, so we do not lose any of these programs.
Okay, this is a presentation, so there's no vote. It's just a presentation.
It's just a public hearing.
Okay, so the public hearing is now closed. B5, request for proposal RFP for 2015-07P Legal Services. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. The board had directed staff to get the RFP done for legal services in this month, and I'm proud to say that we were able to accomplish that. I do want to recognize the work of Janae Greenlee, Director of Purchasing, who went way over and worked all kinds of hours and weekends to get this done. It was a very interesting project. We acquired RFPs from different districts so that we could meet the needs of our board and put together a comprehensive package. The RFP was released on October 29th. We advertised in the Union Tribune as we are required to by the RFP process, advertised on October 29th and November 5th. We gave the interested applicants till November 6th in case they had questions on the RFP, and it closed November 12th at 4 p.m., which was last Thursday. Since then, we have been reviewing the proposals. The board had asked that they be sent to the president and the vice president, and we are transferring the paper documents into electronic format so we could send them to you for your review. We have listed them, but we have not graded any of the proposals. We will be sending those to you during this month before the December board meeting for your review of the proposals.
Okay, this is an information item. Are there any questions?
No question. I just want to reiterate the thank you to you and Janae. Is she out there? Yeah. Thank you.
She's
thank
there.
you for getting
Yeah.
that done. Yay.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And what was the question? So there were a certain number of applications that were given to consultants, legal consultants. So how many were unsolicited or?
There were 14 requests for the RFP proposals, and we sent those out. 12 returned them completed. 2 decided not to respond. Okay, and those 2, one was working mainly on real estate projects, and the other one was situated in Sacramento, so they didn't think it would work for work in San Diego, so they decided not to send their applications in. Of the 12 that were submitted, 7 are firms that we currently have contracts with and have purchase orders with. Okay. 3 of them we have done business in the past, but we do not have purchase orders this fiscal year. Basically, there were 2 new firms that applied, and we will have all the RFPs electronically for the board.
And so just to be clear, of the 12, how many were ones that we gave applications to, and how many solicited us based on, say, the newspaper ad?
The ones that we already have contracts with, they are in our database as vendors, so we will send it to them. But the rest of it, who saw it in the newspaper and called us, would be the 2 new firms.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Jane.
President Beatty, Ms. Landy, if I may make a request, perhaps the board will indulge me, if you could prioritize the grading of those firms, beginning with the 2 new firms, as far as in preparation for the December meeting.
We do have the grading sheet, and there are the criteria that were listed in the specifications, so that also will be sent to the board, which will make it easy to grade.
Thank you.
So were you saying to do those ones first in case it takes a long, if they're being sent, I think that's
Oh, we will send
what
it
you're
all
saying.
to you at the same time.
Once.
We are getting it
Okay.
all done electronically right now, and we'll send it to you. We could put those 2 as number 1 and 2. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to public comments. We have a fairly substantial stack. 21. Okay, 21. So, as we've mentioned before, we allot per topic 15 minutes, 3 minutes a person. So if each person took 3 minutes on a particular topic, it would be 5 people. So if you have more than 5 that you know of that are speaking on a given topic, if you would get together and figure out who you would like to have speak on your behalf. Also, if you are speaking on a given topic and somebody before you says essentially what you were going to say, you could just briefly state that or just defer your time. And so we will stick to the strict time limits. And with that, Clerk Patapow.
some of them, I'll prioritize them. Like the ones I got first, I'll signify that those can speak, and if you decide something else, you can let me know. But there's just a couple, but I'll also read the names that they are in support of that item. Our first speaker is Mr. Keith Wilson.
Good evening. At the last school board meeting, the subject of interviewing another law firm was discussed. It was agreed that this was not to terminate Dan Shinoff as PUSD's legal counsel, but just to give the district an option of having another lawyer available if the situation should arise. Mr. Patapal was the lone trustee that voiced strong opposition to this, saying that the addition of another lawyer would increase the district's legal cost. Does Mr. Patapal think that the district would hire two lawyers, two attorneys to handle one matter? And also, does Mr. Patapal think that Dan Shinoff should be our only choice? You board trustees would have to look under a lot of rocks to find a more dishonest attorney than Dan Shinoff. Dan Shinoff represented the San Ysidro School District, and his dishonesty almost put the school district into bankruptcy. The school district sued Dan Shinoff and recovered $1.8 million. I'm sure the verdict would have been much higher had there not been an arbitration clause that precluded a trial. Mr. Patapal, I hope that you were aware of Mr. Shinoff's crooked dealings with the San Ysidro School District. So I am puzzled why you would have argued so hard to keep Shinoff as our only attorney. Why would you even want such a crooked attorney to represent a school district such as ours? I think the answer is clear. The answer is very clear why you spoke that way. And that's because Mr. Collins has a good long-term relationship with Dan Shinoff. And I doubt Mr. Collins wants fresh, legal eyes looking into the dealings of this district. That is why, Mr. Patapal, you have earned the reputation of being a rubber stamp for Mr. Collins. And as our community gave a mandate to you school board trustees to right the ship in this district, and so far we've only seen the status quo maintained. It is not only our district that is looking at our situation out here. The Poway Unified District by the San Diego Union editorial said we have an arrogance problem out here. To quote them, they said institutions both in and out of government that have long enjoyed stellar reputations run the risk of developing an arrogant streak, one that leads them to dismiss or belittle criticism. We now have a painful...
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Yes. Next speaker is Belinda Hill.
Good evening. Both my children have gone all the way through Poway Unified School District schools. We moved to RB because of the schools. School was always a struggle. They were both tested in second grade but didn't qualify for special education. They were given 504s for supposed ADD. School continued to be a struggle. Homework took hours and lots of extra help to complete. They had some great teachers who recognized their struggles and tried to help, but no one ever suggested their struggles could be due to dyslexia. When my daughter was in high school, I sat next to her doing a practice SAT test and realized how slowly she read. There was no way she could complete an SAT test in the allotted time. We decided to pay privately to have both kids tested, and discovered they both had moderate to severe dyslexia. Since receiving the diagnosis, I have made it my mission to learn all I can about dyslexia. I've taken many graduate-level classes and become a certified instructor in a recognized evidence-based program that helps dyslexic kids to read and spell. I have since gone back and reviewed my kids' testing from the 2nd grade when they didn't qualify. There were many red flags for dyslexia. Dyslexia is the most researched of all learning disability. Evidence shows what works for these kids and what doesn't. I'm here today to ask PUSD to be proactive. We know that recognizing dyslexia early and providing appropriate intervention early is key to helping dyslexic individuals. If you wait until they fail, studies show they never catch up. By screening all kids in kindergarten through 2nd grade for dyslexic markers, you can identify these kids and provide the appropriate interventions before they start to fail. According to the National Institute of Health, dyslexia can be identified with 95% accuracy at ages 5.5 to 6.5. They also state that 20% of the population is dyslexics. That's 1 in 5. Imagine a school district where dyslexia is identified and appropriate interventions are offered. New Jersey saves $200 million a year in special education by screening for dyslexia early and providing appropriate reading programs. That is $200 million a year. If Poway Unified School District were to do this, aside from the savings they would realize, graduation rates would improve, dropout rates would decrease, special education enrollment would decline, and more importantly, kids would feel better about themselves. Hearing my daughter on graduation day say, "I hated every moment of school," was devastating. School is a scary, anxiety-producing place for dyslexic children. They are frequently told that if they could just work harder or apply themselves, they would do better. They're left feeling they're not smart with their self-esteem in tatters. I urge Poway Unified School District to help this 20% of the population so children do not needlessly struggle. Thank you for your time. My daughter wrote an article when she was at RB High about dyslexia. I've printed copies and I'd love it if you'd all read it.
Our next speaker is Melissa Lazaro.
Good evening. I spoke at the last meeting and had my son with me. You probably remember him. He was real cute. And so I shared his story of dyslexia and the need for teacher training and screening and proper remediation. And so I just wanted to share with you this evening some really positive things that have happened this last month. Several parents, advocates, and tutors that work with Poway Unified, Belinda's one of them, we attended the inaugural Dyslexia Summit at Chapman University, where we heard speakers with dyslexia like Richard Branson and neuroscientist Dr. Huft and author and inventor Ben Foss. But perhaps my favorite that some of you in early education would know is Mr. Jack Horn, who's dyslexic and failed 7 times out of college, but yet is a professor at the University of Wyoming and perhaps the greatest American paleontologist that's out there. And then last Friday, myself and a few parents in this room, as well as the principal and vice principal of Chaparral Elementary School, attended a local dyslexia training session. I applaud these 2 administrators who aren't waiting for PUSD to formally roll out training and have taken the proactive approach in learning more about dyslexia. Finally, the Journal of Pediatrics published a study this month that was conducted by UC Davis and Yale University, which echoes Belinda's plea. The data was clear. It is no longer acceptable to wait until a child is in 3rd grade or later before undertaking the efforts to identify and address dyslexia. This longitudinal study looked at children from grades 1st grade until 12th grade. And here's what they learned. First, they learned that dyslexic readers have low reading scores as early as 1st grade, and their trajectories over time never converge with those of typical readers. And I'll share this with you. The evidence is already present in 1st grade. And third, identifying children with dyslexia as early as 1st grade could narrow or even close the achievement gap with typical readers, reflecting what Belinda was pointing out, the early intervention is key and will also save us a tremendous amount of money. Fourth, implementing effective reading programs as early as kindergarten or even preschools offer the potential to close the achievement gap. You know, we do that already for 1 in 68 kids that have ASD, and we have those wonderful preschool programs here at Poway Unified. What the research also infers is that early identification and proper remediation means that children will most likely spend significantly less time in special education, saving us a lot of money and helping kids, which is a big win-win. I encourage those of you in this room that are in charge of curriculum programs and special education to consider this research and respond. There's over 100 years of research that confirms that dyslexia is not a developmental lag and should not be mistaken as such, but a different mode of brain organization and does not go away over time. We need to eradicate the communication to teachers and administrators that these children cannot be identified or qualify for special ed until 3rd grade. As this research points out, and those of us with children with dyslexia already know, waiting until 3rd grade actually means it's too late. The mantra of PUSD is kids come first, and so let's focus on that last word, first. I always like being first. I like being part of the first, district. And make sure that we screen and identify these kids before first. Great. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy Cavalieri.
Good evening, members of the school board and Superintendent Collins. As you know, my name is Stacy Cavalieri, and to your surprise, I'm here to talk again about dyslexia. Not only is dyslexia being talked about at our local state levels, but there is a large national movement on Capitol Hill as well. Several senators have come out to support the READ Act, H.R. 3033, which is currently in the Senate. Last month when I presented to you, I ended my talk with, it's okay to use the D word. Since then, on October 23rd, the United States Department of Education has issued a letter to all states and local educational agencies about using the term dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. I have provided you with a copy of the letter. I do not have enough time to read the entire letter, but I would like to highlight a few things mentioned. In this letter, it states, the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services have received communications from stockholders, including parents, advocate groups, national disability organizations who believe that the state and local educational agencies are reluctant to reference or use dyslexia, dyscalculia, or dysgraphia in evaluations, eligibility determinations, or developing IEPs under the IDEA. The purpose of this letter is to clarify that there is nothing in the IDEA that would prohibit the use of the terms dyslexia, dyscalculia, or dysgraphia in IDEA evaluations, eligibility determinations, or IEP documents. This letter states, stakeholders also request the state education agencies and local education agencies have policies in place that allow for the use of the term dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia on a child's IEP. If a child comprehensive evaluation support use these terms, there is nothing in the IDEA or the implementation regulations that prohibits the inclusion of this condition. The letter reiterates at the end again that there is nothing in IDEA or our implementation regulations that would prohibit IEP teams from referencing using dyslexia, dyscalculia, or dysgraphia in a child's IEP. The Department of Education further encourages states to review their policies, procedures, and practices to ensure that they do not prohibit the use of these terms. In closing, I am asking you to be change agents in how we approach dyslexia in our district. It is your job to inform all our educators and school psychologists that dyslexia is real and it is okay to use the term, not just okay, but encouraged by the Department of Education. As a regional legislative leader for Decoding Dyslexia, I thank you for your time.
Two speakers in support of dyslexia are April Barker and Philip Hill. Our next speaker is Dr. Darlene Willis.
We actually have all of our
parents here. They all
Sure.
have cards that they filled out, so we may as well come up together if that's all right.
Fine.
So good evening. I'm Dr. Darlene Willis, and I'm the co-founder and CEO for Concerned Parent Alliance and the College Bound PUSD program. So with me, and we'll take turns sitting down here so they can talk. Our parents, many of them, this is their first time attending the board meeting, and so they're going to tell you how this program is impacting them. And then I'll come back up and just finish it out. But we are just excited, and we want to thank the board for funding, and in particular Superintendent Collins for all of your support for the last 15 years with our College Bound program. It really is making a difference. And we're now at Mount Carmel and Rancho Bernardo High School as a pilot, thanks to Dr. Robertson and Mercedes, their team as well. So we're just excited. And these parents, like I said, many of them are coming from work. And next month, maybe we'll bring everybody because this is part of our Paranopoly series. And what they're doing is learning how you all govern this wonderful school district. And so our goal is to come every time there's a board meeting, there'll be representation from College Bound PUSD, and then to meet each and every one of you as well. So we'll start off with Mrs. Griffin, and then we'll just make our way around.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do we have speaker slips from everybody?
We do.
We have 7, yes, but so 5 can speak, 2 can.
We won't take a full 3 minutes.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Keep it under 15, you got no problem.
Perfect. All right.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Asking to correspond the names with the cards.
You got to decide who you
You just say your name.
You have all the cards together,
Yes.
right? Okay.
So
Make sure they
I would
have
like for
card.
the clerk to read the names of the people who will be speaking so that we're following our
Give me your
public
name.
comment.
Perfect.
What's your name?
My name is Michelle Hills.
Okay, go.
Michelle Hills. My daughter is a sophomore at Mount Carmel High School. Actually, I've had children in the Poway Unified School District since 2002, going back to elementary school and through middle school and now in high school. I even have one in college now, but I believe very much in the education system at the Poway Unified School District, starting with the academy programs at Los Penn and Black Mountain Middle School, and then into Westview and Mount Carmel, where my children have gone. But I found that this program is very beneficial for myself. I feel very fortunate that my daughter has an opportunity to be a part of a program that will afford her more information, and even me as a parent to be aware of requirements that will help my daughter be prepared for college, such as the H through G requirements that I would not have necessarily known outside of this program, and other opportunities that are educational opportunities that are available for my daughter. So I hope that the district will continue to support this very important program. Thank you.
I don't know if I have to wait for him or can I
Give
just
your
be
name?
next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You're there.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Griffin, and I have a daughter named Samaya Griffin, and she is over at Poway High. And I've also had 2 other daughters go through the Poway Unified School District. I am probably one of the first parents that went through the College Bound program. I have a long history with this program. I've learned so much through this program. I'm very grateful to all of you who are in support of this program. I'm pleading with you to continue. I appreciate the financial support that you finally decided to give us through this program. I would pay for it either way. It is such a good program for us. I know so much more about college readiness. It stands in the gap. It's very similar to AVID, but it offers us so much more than even that. And so I just want to thank you guys once again for all your support. I do want to say that I do appreciate seeing you guys' face when you do come to the meetings. I remember TJ coming when he was running, and John so many times, Dr. Collins coming when he was going for his doctorates. And I just want to just let you guys know that this program does work, and I just hope that you will continue to support us. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies first. Tanya Green.
Hi, my name is Tanya Green, and my daughter is Stephanie Richardson.
and she attends Rancho Bernardo High School. This is actually my first year in the program, and sadly my last year in the program. My daughter's a senior, and it's not sad just because she's a senior, but because I was not aware of this program. We have been part of the Poway Unified School District since my daughter was in the 3rd grade. And this is the first year I've heard of this program, and it saddens me that I was not aware of the program before. I went outside the district looking for programs for my daughter. I'm a single parent, so it is very important to me that my daughter pursues her goals. She wants to be an engineer. And so she's done different activities, but little did I know it was right in my backyard. So I highly encourage this program to continue for other students, even though my daughter won't be able to participate next year. But it's an important program for all children in the school district. And as I mentioned, this is my first year, my last year, but I hope to support this program in other ways, even though my daughter's not part of it. But I would like this program to, be more publicized for people such as me to be aware of it. The reason why I knew about the program is because of our principal, who is a great principal, Mr. Lemaster, who left us a voicemail regarding the first meeting, and ever since then I have been in love with this program. So please continue it. Please continue it.
Daryl?
Good evening. My name is Daryl Eason. I have children at Westview High School. I have a 10th grader and I have a senior. We have been a part of College Bound for probably 5 years when we would, and we've paid the registration fee. So it's something that we value because we showed that with our funds. But I think that opportunities such as this is important for the board to hear from your constituents. You have a district with a lot of diverse needs. I was listening to the people about the dyslexia issues, and unless they come forward, then you don't know some of the things that are going on. So here we are representing College Bound San Diego, and for me, what they do is fulfill a niche that maybe perhaps the district hasn't fulfilled or is trying to fulfill. Well, College Bound is there trying to also help meet that need, for all of our students to excel. My son is a senior and he's currently going through the process of applying for college, and it is a very daunting undertaking. And when you look at some of the requirements to get into some of these schools, if you're not competitive from an early start, then you're already behind. College Bound San Diego is involved in identifying those needs at an early age and providing those services in that niche entity of your district, that if they don't get that education and that support early, then they're forever behind. And their chances of getting into school is more difficult given the standards that it takes to get in. It's unreal, some of these, 4.0s and 32, 34, 36 ACTs. You can't start in the 10th grade and do that. And when they're looking way back years before, what did you do? What have you been doing? So our kids need coaching. They need awareness. They need somebody driving them because they don't know what they don't know. So I thank you for your support in the past, but we have to continue it because we have many students and you have a diverse group of students. And probably if we address this and continue to support this, we won't need to talk about Dan Shinoff's services because nobody's bringing, no one's upset about anything. There's no reason for litigation, right? Or the parents that are behind me talking about, the dyslexic issue. I mean, programs like College Bound San Diego sooner or later will get involved because they want to know why kids aren't succeeding if they aren't. So that's a proactive way of even identifying those kinds of issues and needs. So it's a good program that serves a lot of needs and benefits all of our kids. But we have to pay attention to those niche markets that you have and figure out ways to address the needs of all your students. Thank you.
My name is Charles Ellis. I have a son named Coy Ellis, who is a sophomore at Mount Carmel. I appreciate the College Bound program. He is in the IEP program, and I appreciate having that extra help for them to be able to give the teachers, so that we don't have to always be on the teachers as much. I went through a college-bound program, but they didn't teach me what I know that my son needs to know today. It gives me a great benchmark, something for him to shoot for. The things that he did not know, he knows what it takes for us the A through G, so that he can get and go to be able to go to whatever college it is that he wants. He knows what he has to shoot for. And I greatly appreciate if you all do continue this program, because we'll have 2 more years into this. And being an involved parent, I'm very thankful for this program. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Clerk, I believe we've had our 5 speakers.
We had 15 minutes.
Yeah, that last one was only 1 minute, John.
Right.
We only have one more speaker.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Morgan, and I have 2 boys, John Morgan and Deshave Morgan. My youngest boy is in Westview Elementary, and my oldest boy is in Rancho Bernardo. He's a freshman. I will not take too much of your time. I just want to stress the point. The program is great. This is my first exposure to the program, and the founder here, she have done a real good job educating my wife and I. I come from work extremely tired, but I know you must invest now to see the results at the end of the day. So, like I said, I would just reiterate what the rest of the speakers said. We ask that you all continue this program, continue the support, and I won't take too much of time, but I'm just on board with what they have to say.
Thank you.
Dr. Willis, I just want to thank you. I thought that was awesome. It's really great to bring the parents of the students here tonight. I went, as was pointed out when I was running, I went once afterwards. I missed the memo on the time change in the meeting, and I ended up having pancake breakfast at RB High one Saturday afternoon. But I will be back tomorrow. You're doing great work. Thank you.
We'll send you the dates. Thank you all very much.
Our next speaker is Kristen Chernuk.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Shermack, and I'm a senior at Point Loma High School. And the reason I'm talking to you guys is because I attended Poway from junior year and prior, and I would like to talk about my experiences with being bullied and sexually harassed at the school. And I talked to Kimberly about ways we can maybe change some things about it, but while I was there, I was sexually harassed numerous times at school events or at school itself, and when I went to faculty about it, they barely addressed it, or they would lecture me on not telling them sooner. And also, I was bullied a lot by my peers, but as well as a teacher at one point, and it's hard enough going to school and trying to keep up grades and also being bullied at the same time and sexually harassed, and having no one listen to your voice is really hard. But I felt that I was a voice to the students there, and just because I no longer attend a Poway school, I still want to be a voice for them and make sure that their voice is heard. So, yes.
We had talked, I think it was several months ago, I think, wasn't it? Was
It was a couple months ago, yes.
Back in September. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Chris Garnier.
Good evening. I won't take up too much of your time. The very first thing I want to do is give a moment of silence to someone who I cared about a lot. I got to coach him at Rancho High School for 2 years. He just died last Friday. His name is Bobby Byron. Loved the kid. After he graduated, he was only 21. After he graduated, he came to work for me. Losing him is definitely hard. A son of mine, a pleasure and honor that I was able to coach him at Rancho High School, same high school that I attended. So I would like to give a moment of silence to Bobby Byron. With that, when I was a young lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps, my first deployment, I had a fantastic commanding officer named Lingurki, Colonel Lingurki. His call sign was Beef. The reason why his call sign was Beef, he wasn't a beefcake or anything like that, but he always had beef or problems with things. And he would tell us, hey, if you have a problem with something, come tell me what the problem is, but come to me with a solution. I don't only want to hear the problem, I want to hear the solution. And something that always stuck in my mind. And as you guys know, that I have no respect for our superintendent. I have no respect for Tracy Hogarth as well. I think they're both liars. And I think they need to be removed from the positions immediately. I think the board needs to do your job, fire these two people, promote Dr. Robertson as an interim superintendent, go 3 to 6 months for a national search so we get rid of this good old boy club that continues to resonate within our school district. We find someone outside of our school district that has fresh ideas, that do not take money from our community as a handout, and aren't liars. It's your responsibility, board, to make the right decision, to fire these people and get someone in here that actually loves and wants to make Poway Unified School District great. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kim Garnier.
Hello, I'm Kim Garnier. Before I speak, I just have so much respect for that student who came up. I believe her name was Kristen, and that took so much courage, and good on her. Good evening, board. What do we stand for? What are our convictions? I want to thank the community members, district staff, and board members who ask questions and exhibit critical thinking. I want to express my appreciation for all those who have not fallen prey to groupthink. The courage of these individuals to step away from the oppression of conformity and take a stand against corruption is to be commended. For those who have read Plato's Allegory of the Cave, you understand the dire importance of questioning our perceptions. The board members who ignore or fail to question the illegal and unethical actions of anyone at PUSD owe the people who elected you an explanation. The San Diego Union Tribune recently wrote about the arrogance problem at PUSD. We have much to be proud of, and there are exceptional educators here, but there absolutely is an arrogance problem. Our own superintendent took a big red pen to a report the district paid $40,000 to obtain, and he changed the consultant's finding that PUSD is severely failing in many ways. Our superintendent lied and attempted to deceive the community. When my husband spoke about our superintendent's obnoxious compensation in a board meeting several months ago, a former board member took the mic after him and boasted that he should know how much the superintendent makes, and the number my husband said was absurd and incorrect. Now it is common knowledge how much our superintendent makes, and the figure my husband presented to the board was in fact correct. Our superintendent really is making more than the President of the United States of America. Arrogance at its best. Why are we allowing our superintendent to make almost $500,000 a year while the parents and teachers are paying for classroom basics like paper and pencils, and some schools go without PE, music, and a full library? Again, what are our priorities and what are our convictions? It's time for critical thinking. Do not trust the wolf in sheep's clothing. When we teach our children about stranger danger, we specifically tell them the bad guys don't look like monsters. They will look and act like a friend. We also teach our children that some of our greatest American heroes were bullied and intimidated while they fought for righteousness. Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr., both American heroes, have mugshots. The men and women who fought vigorously for a woman's right to vote were harassed and thrown in jail as well. Is that what is happening right here, right now? Are we shooting the messengers? Are we vilifying those in the community who have had enough and are ready to speak up and say what is happening is not right? I ask the board and the community at large to make our children proud. Do the right thing. We cannot afford to deny our problems with a big red pen. We owe it to the children of PUSD to fix our problems and restore the genuine prestige at PUSD. Thank you so much.
Reba Ramos.
Good evening. My name is Freba Ramos, and I'm a parent volunteer at Westview High School Robotics Program. I want to start by sharing an outstanding growth statistic regarding Westview's robotics program. This school year, we have 85 students participating in Westview 4.5 period robotics class. This is a 650% increase since 2010. That year, there were only 13 students on the robotics team. Today, we have about that many students on each of our sub-teams. These groups work on systems control, mechanical design and fabrication, autonomous programming, computer vision, and business. You don't have to be a physics, coding, or math whiz to join or enjoy the program. The goal is for every student to explore topics they may otherwise not get the opportunity to learn until they're well into college. From writing software that can recognize vision targets to writing grants that help fund our program and conducting volunteer outreach to elementary and middle schoolers in San Diego County, robotics represent an incredible opportunity for any high school student to take ownership of a complex project with the guidance of dedicated teacher advisors and volunteer mentors. Next year, we are expecting additional 20 to 30 students join Westview Robotics. Our goal is to make sure that robotics programs across the district are as sustainable as possible. As part of that effort, we think it is necessary for the district to work with school advisors to give them the flexibility and compensation needed as they dedicate countless hours into their students' education beyond the classroom. Almost 3 years ago, when I was invited to Stanford's Admitted Students Weekend, I was introduced to my son's admissions officer, who vividly remembered reading Cameron's application. Talking to this young gentleman, it was clear it wasn't my son's GPA or SAT score that distinguished his application. It was his involvement and genuine interest in programs like robotics. If higher education recognizes the unique value of this program, it's our responsibility to provide an environment for our students and teachers to take advantage of it. Thank you for your time.
Tan Lee. Try to get to 30 seconds.
Good evening, board member. My name is Tan Lee. I was here last month's meeting, so I'm come here again to really support the library reforming program. I want to share a story. This morning I went to teacher parents conference, my daughter's second grade. When the teacher showed me her progress report, I was really in shock. I wasn't shocked because he's had all 4 in mathematics. I wasn't shocked and all his reading is 4 as exceed the expectation. I wasn't shocked because his writing. All her writing category is 4 and it also exceed expectation. And I was surprised because I asked the teacher how can she get 4? Because I think it's very hard when writing get 4. But teacher told me because she is such a good reader. When she reading the book, she really go deep under the author's thought, and she put her thought with all her reading. So when she transfer everything to writing, that's why she become good writer, and she will succeed in the future because her writing skill and her reading skill. So I was very, very proud and very shocked at the same times. And from there, I really, really want to thank for our librarian, Miss McIntosh. She's so kind and she's so warm. Every time kids go to the library, they light up their day. So I want to come to here again to really want you guys to support library funding program so our kids can enjoy our school library more and they can spend more time with the nice lady, Miss McIntosh, so they can succeed in the future in either way, academically or just life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ethan. I'm 9 years old and I'm in 4th grade. I love reading, and when I read, it makes me happy and smart. Now, when I get books, it is hard for me to get a new book I want to read, and it takes a long time to find a book. When I was in kindergarten, our school librarian, Miss McIntosh, would read us a book. Now, when I grow older, we rarely get to see her anymore. She is very kind and nice and helpful. When I joined debate club, they teach us how to find research using a good source. I think the library is a safe source. Tonight I come here to tell you that we should get new books for our library and we should open our library longer.
Hello, my name is Lily. I am 7 years old. I am in 2nd grade. My school is Stone Ranch Elementary School. When I read, I feel happy and I feel I get smarter. My school librarian, Miss McIntosh, is kind and helpful. Lots of our school library books are old, torn, and dirty. I would like to replace them with new books. Thank you for listening.
Superintendent Collins, Madam Board President, and board members, my name is Daniel Levy. I'm a 5th grade student at Stone Ranch Elementary. Tonight I am here to talk about the library funding. I'm here to ask for more funding for school libraries, including Stone Ranch. The number one improvement I am recommending is the creation of a Poway School District digital library that includes ebooks and educational DVDs. Students would be able to easily and conveniently check out ebooks online at any time. Recently, our class had a project. All the students in my class tried to borrow books from the school and public libraries at the same time, but there weren't enough. This is one of the reasons I recommend ebooks and DVDs. Other school districts in California have digital libraries. For example, both the Napa Valley School District and the Pleasant Valley School District have a digital library, and they use Overdrive, the system used by San Diego City and County Public Libraries. I've included a Pleasant Valley 2014 case study on the use of Overdrive in helping students with Common Core. Educational DVDs are also an important addition to a school library. These can reinforce what students learn in the classrooms. This would be a giant step forward for the Poway School District for its students' learning and reading. I thank you for listening.
Many thanks to our lovely children.
My name is Kathy Ho. I spoke last month, and I'm a parent volunteer in the PUSD parent group. I come back today to represent PUSD parent group to urge the board to restore budget line for school library funding in 2016. Last week, PUSD parent group ran a petition in PUSD community and got a quick positive response. The petition says, until early 2000, PUSD provided a budget to fund school library books and $25 per student. Unfortunately, the funding for books has been cut gradually since 2000 to zero today. We PUSD parents urge the PUSD board to restore library funding to the level of 2000 to 2001. Within 1 week, over 350 PUSD parents and residents have signed the petition. I brought this a copy to you to present to you today. This is the voice from the PUSD parents. This is the voice from our children, and this is the voice from the community. In PUSD mission statement, it says, we develop working partnerships with parents and the community to support our mission. Also, PUSD defines parents as partners and effective management of resources as core values. Please seriously consider the request to restore school library funding and put in immediate action in 2016 budget plan. Thank you all.
Ms. Hu, I just want to note that I was aware of this petition going around and did ask staff for some extensive information that I received regarding library funding. I would love to give that to you, but you didn't put your email address. If you give us your contact information, I'm sure staff could share that exact information with you about historical numbers, and that could probably help you out.
Oh, I would really appreciate it. Now we learn.
If you want to put it down on your card,
sure.
We'll make sure staff gives you the information.
Okay, yeah. The audience, so if you agree, restore the budget line to support our school, could you please stand up to support our children?
We have one more speaker for the library, Ethan Gu. Is that it? She spoke? Okay, all right. Okay. Next speaker is Stanley Kudenov. No, this is another bunch. Robotics. 1, 2, 3, then 1. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Stanley Kudenov. Excuse me, I'm not very well prepared. We were not given much notice for this. I am a graduate of RB High School, graduated in 2011. While in high school, I was on the digital media team, department, theater tech, and the robotics team. The most influential extracurricular activity for me was the robotics team. Team Pedestrian, as the name of the team for the robotics at RB High, is what they're called. They've never been known as the best team, or even really that great of a team at all, but that didn't detract from the impact that it had on myself and current members and previous members. As Reba explained earlier, First Robotics has an incredible impact and influence on those that are a part of it. Not only the members, but myself. I'm currently a mentor of the team now that I've graduated. Let's see here. prior to my involvement with robotics while in high school, I really didn't have a good idea of what I wanted to do as far as basically when I grew up, as far as schooling or what I wanted to do. Robotics gave me that an option to explore many different basically career paths and lots of things like that. Let's see. As for why myself and a few of us from other teams are here is there's currently a large gap between the amount that traditional coaches are paid of like sports teams and as such, and the amount that coaches of robotics teams are compensated. Basically, I guess we would just like to have that addressed, taken a look at, and see, you know, if obviously we feel that it should be increased, the compensation for our the teachers that just take basically right now the amount they're paid is just basically just their free time, and it also well, it's hard to keep a coach just because it's pretty tough actually to coach a team, and there's not much in it for them. I guess not much time left, but thank you for listening to me.
David Baradelli.
Cole go first.
He's
next.
Stanley, or is this Cole?
Cole. Yeah,
Cole Dixon?
Hi, I'm Cole Dixon from Poway Robotics. Spider is an organization that means a lot to people like me. We like to think that it means a lot to the community in general as well. In the fall, Spider competes in VEX Robotics program, and in the spring, Spider competes in the FIRST Robotics program as well. Both of these are competitions where we get the chance to demonstrate our abilities in the fields of robotic design, building, and programming. For example, we build robots that stack totes and launch balls into goals. You might have seen some of these robots at some of our events, but if not, we encourage you to go to any of these events to get the chance. But even though we are a robotics team, it's not these robots that we're most proud of. It's our basic involvement in our community. Our team takes pride in its outreach and the messages of STEM that we spread. We work hard to create awareness of STEM and of the Team Spider brand through constant robot demonstrations and mentorships. Team Spider mentors various local middle schools and hosts many competitions for their teams every year. We walk our robot down Poway Road at the Poway Parade, if you might have seen it, displayed at the San Diego County Fair, showed it on local and national TV stations including Fox, KUSI, and Channel 10 News, and hopefully spread some of the same passion that we have for robotics. A lot of our team even couldn't be here today because we're having a demo going on right now at Palomar Technologies. On the more charitable side, we're also participating in local events like Chelsea's Run, and organizing our own events like the e-waste event every year that helps to properly dispose of electronic waste. To us, Spider is a means to create a better future based on real practical learning and proving. All of us Spiders go to either college or a military program after high school, and 93% of us go into a STEM field. We do a lot of good work, and a lot of good comes from our way too. We think of our program and programs like it that are blossoming throughout the community can have a real effect, and that our students, mentors, and coaches working together can make a really effective team. I hope that you've seen that the money all of us get goes to a good, important purpose. We wouldn't have a team without it. In that situation, the 60 of us and the thousands of younger robotic members and even the whole district would be worse off. Thank you for your time, and please to continue please continue to support robotics.
David?
Thank you very much. My name is David Baradelli. I'm one of the mentors for Poway High School's team. I didn't know a whole lot about the robotics program when I got involved with it, but I have to say it is one of the most impressive programs, not just Poway's, but the entire FIRST Robotics is one of the most impressive programs I've ever seen. I cannot tell you how important it is to the children. I have seen kids grow like you would not believe. Kids who were very shy, you could tell there was a lot in their heads, but they couldn't get it out. The mentors and the coaches are able to, with the amount of time we spend with them, pull this information out of their heads, help them blossom, help them bloom. I'm going to give you a few numbers here, just so you have some idea of the scale, you may or may not, of these programs. There are 3,100 FIRST FRC robotics teams. That's the high school level, which involves 78,000 high school students in this country. Moving down, as Cole said, Poway supports VEX and FLL. FLL is the elementary school kids. There are 29,000 plus teams across the world, involving 233,000 students. Poway has got to keep this program going. It involves way too much. There's way too much at stake to be skimping on some compensation for teachers. It is a big undertaking to keep a team going. It's one thing for mentors to come in for a few years while your students are going through. I've been mentoring for 5 years now. My son is a senior. And I will continue next year because I think it's the right thing to do. It's a way to give back to the community. But I don't have to do it all day, every year. The coaches need continuity. The kids need continuity in the program to keep it moving. A disjointed program with a bunch of different coaches is not going to get you the result that you need. So I just implore you to continue to fund this, compensate the coaches their due compensation. It's no different than a sports team. And STEM is what is going to drive this community and drive this country for the next countless years. So I'd like Cole, can you stand up a second, turn around? These are just a few of our sponsors. These are a few of the companies that think this is very, very important to the kids and to our community. So these aren't little companies, okay? That's about all I've got to say. I didn't have a big canned speech, but I just wanted to tell you that I can tell you how my son has blossomed, and I can see kids coming out of this program who are more equipped than some of the kids coming out of college right now to do some of the mechanical things that I've seen them do. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Last one. Joanne Woodard? Yeah.
Good evening. As a teacher, parent, grandparent, and taxpayer in this district for over 30 years, I'm tired of listening to the same handful of people denigrate our superintendent and staff. So I decided to speak up for all my coworkers, neighbors, and taxpayers who are too busy making a living, raising their children, and contributing to society than to waste their time, the time of a very busy school leaders complaining about the same thing over and over again. We should be applauding the fact that our district is one of the best in the country. The IPBS process, which contributes to its success, is praised across the country. Poway was recently designated the 15th best city in California to raise a family, due in large part to our school district. Our superintendent and his staff should be praised for the wonderful job they do leading our district, and I would never call any of them arrogant. They have years of experience behind them, and they work tirelessly on behalf of our students, and I want to applaud them and tell them thank you. I was astounded at last month's PTA board meeting when our PTA president told us that at the previous night's Palomar meeting, Mr. Patapow shared the fact that a small number of people were trying to get him to step down as a school board member or face a recall election. I was outraged that a recently elected school board member had delivered the message to him. I could not believe that a sitting member of the school board would get involved in something that could potentially cost our district so much money, not to mention the fact that Mr. Patapow has served our district honorably for almost 50 years. I remember when he was the principal at Abraxas, passing out peanut butter sandwiches before school to students who were hungry. The only thing these people are trying to recall him for is his vote on the so-called cabs. I'm tired of hearing people complain about the capital appreciation bonds, which were passed by a majority of voters in 2011. I happen to teach at a school that didn't need money from these bonds because it is one of our newer schools. But my neighborhood school and many of the schools in the city of Poway are very much older and were woefully inadequate when compared to the newer state-of-the-art schools east of the freeway. At the time these cabs, they have come to be known, were passed, the taxpayers would never have passed a school funding bill that would cause their property taxes to go up, in which case these schools would not have been able to be brought up to the standards of the newer schools. My neighbors and friends all voted for this very necessary school bond so that our district schools would not become one of haves and have-nots. I am also distraught that our school board is interpreting the state's local control of funding to mean appointing a handful of people to committees with little or no educational experience when we have a superintendent, his cabinet and staff filled with dedicated educators with decades of experience in these areas. I don't think this is what the state had in mind. When we allow a handful of people to hijack our democracy,
Thank you very much.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. back in session. Okay, our meeting.
You're not on.
Well, it's not.
Try again.
Our meeting is back. It's back in session, and we will move right to our first action item. D101, readmission of student on expulsion. Recommendation that the student represented by the case number listed below be readmitted to the Poway Unified School District. Associate Superintendent Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we bring forward one readmission for the board's action.
Okay,
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Board Member Patapow, second by Board Member Zane. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. D102, approval of resolution 15-2016 entitled Use of People First Language for Students with Disabilities. And the recommendation is that this resolution, use of People First Language for Students with Disabilities, be approved. Associate Superintendent Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we bring forward a resolution for the board's action. I'm bringing forward Teresa Kurtz, Director of Special Education, and parent Jennifer Hulst to present this resolution.
Hello, everyone. Well, 2015 is an especially significant year for individuals with disabilities and for all of us who support students with special needs. This year happens to be the 25th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the 40th anniversary of Public Law 94-142, now known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. President Ford signed this landmark civil rights measure on November 29, 1975, and in so doing, literally opened the doors to public schools for millions of children with special needs and provided opportunities to develop their talents, share their gifts, and contribute to their communities. Since 1975, policies and practices that meaningfully include students with disabilities in general education classrooms and accountability systems have proliferated. Early intervention services are now provided to infants and toddlers, and adults who require additional transition services beyond high school can be supported until age 22. While it is important to remember and reflect on where we've been in this educational journey, for our children and youth with special needs, it is even more important to continue the important work to provide meaningful educational opportunities and outcomes for all of our students. In the last 40 years, we have advanced expectations and improved outcomes for all students, including our students with disabilities. Every person, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, religious beliefs, sexual orientation, or ability, deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. Despite tremendous progress, there are still stereotypes that exist. The resolution before the board tonight is one that would recognize a more respectful and humanistic view of students with disabilities and would affirm that Poway supports the use of people first language to the greatest extent possible. And again, it's my pleasure to introduce Jennifer Hulst. Jennifer is one of our executive board members of the Community Advisory Committee, and she wants to share some additional information.
Good evening. As Teresa mentioned, I serve on the Poway Community Advisory Committee, but in addition, I am a parent of an Oak Valley Middle School 8th grader as well as a Mount Carmel High School 9th grader who has autism. As a parent of a child who has special needs, tonight's resolution is of special importance to me. People with disabilities are, first and foremost, people. As is the case with any person, people with disabilities are people who have individual abilities, interests, and needs. They are moms, dads, sons, daughters, sisters, brothers, friends, neighbors, co-workers, students, and teachers. The language a society uses to refer to persons with disabilities shapes its beliefs and ideas about them. Words are powerful. When we describe students and individuals by their medical diagnosis or an educational label, we devalue and disrespect them as individuals. Using a diagnosis as a defining characteristic reflects prejudice and also robs a person of the opportunity to define himself or herself. On July 21st of this year, Governor Brown signed a state resolution advocating the use of People First language. This resolution was passed to address the fact that children and adults with disabilities are people with certain conditions and emphasizes that those conditions should not and do not define who that child or adult is. For example, using the term a child with autism places the child first and the condition second. We would never refer to a child with cancer as a cancerous child, and we should never refer to a child with a disability as a disabled child. This is a positive and important distinction that we support and champion as a way to be respectful of all children and adults. We respectfully ask the Poway Unified Board of Education to approve the resolution presented tonight in support of People First language. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer and Teresa.
Are there any questions from the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Board Member Zane, second by Board Member O'Connor-Radcliffe. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say on a personal note that I know there are lots of programs at different schools around the district that really emphasize this. At my kid's own school, Ability Awareness Day is coming up next month. It's fantastic. It's an annual event. The kids know this. This is a great chance for the grown-ups to figure it out too. So thank you for this.
I'd like to make a comment if I may.
Yes, please do.
Am I good?
Could be. Yeah.
Am I on?
No.
Hello? First of all, thank you. And what this resolution does, as I shared with some parents just this week, or last week, it takes the first step towards what we've been trying to do. It takes another step towards what we've been trying to do in making sure that every child is successful in this district. This is a very specific issue to students in our special education program, but it should apply to all students for all language, that it's always a student first. And I think it's a wonderful example that we'll be modeling and working on as we continue our cultural proficiency in this district and our work with different groups to make sure that we provide the very best for every single child in the district. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you all. We were hoping you might say that. So we have little bookmarks for you to remember.
And we're in the middle of our voting. If I could, it was a first by Board Member Zane, a second by Board Member O'Connor-Radcliffe. Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. And could the record also reflect that our student board member, Neil Pujar, would like to vote his preferential vote also in favor of this resolution, or record his preferential vote in favor? D103. The approval of the agreement for participation in the San Diego North Adult Education Partnership and designated representative and alternate to the Leadership Council. Recommendations that the superintendent be authorized to designate a representative and alternate to serve on the SDNAEP Leadership Council, and that the superintendent or his designee be authorized to sign the memorandum of agreement for participation in the SDNAEP. Associate Superintendent Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Just so we are all aware, we really are a critical partner in this work through the leadership of Kathleen Porter, our Executive Director, who I've asked to come up. I'm bringing her up in case any of you have any questions about the agreement, but I also have asked her just to share with you just a few highlights of this work and the program that we actually offer through our district. So I'd like to open it up to questions first that you may have with her regarding this agreement.
Are there any questions from the board?
I think, Kathleen, would you just share just a few words highlighting your program?
I would be glad to. So first of all, just some background in history. California's first adult education program was started more than 150 years ago. And Poway Unified School District has operated our adult education program since 1965. During the 2013-14 school year, the state appropriated $25 million for a 2-year planning process, and that was AB 86. AB 86 established regions as community college district regions. So Poway is in Palomar Community College District, and we've called our consortium the San Diego North Adult Education Partnership. The members of the San Diego North Adult Education Partnership have engaged in a thoughtful and comprehensive planning process with extensive involvement of stakeholder groups. That work was meant to identify gaps in services, needs, strategies to address the gaps and needs, and identify evaluation and outcome measures. It concluded with a plan that we submitted to the state in March 2015. Then in June, AB 104 was passed, which provided $500 million to regional consortia to provide adult education programs and services in accordance with the plan that they submitted in March. This AB 104 established 7 program areas for adult education, and those are adult basic education and adult secondary education, English as a second language, career technical education, apprenticeship programs, programs for adults with disabilities, programs for older adults who are transitioning to the workforce, and programs for parents of school-aged children. So implications for students in our region: really expanded services. So we're looking at opening additional sections and new programs. We're looking at reaching out to serve unserved areas or underserved areas. We're talking about implementing acceleration strategies so students are learning more quickly. That would include integrated curriculum, so academics in a CTE environment, and also distance learning. We're also putting an emphasis on outcomes with economic impact, so ways to transition more quickly to post-secondary education and the workforce. And some of those strategies look like vertical alignment or alignment within the region, career pathways in high-skill, high-demand, high-wage areas, increased placement, and follow-up components. So in conclusion, this is a very exciting time for adult education in California. We have an opportunity to make big differences to students in our region as they transition to post-secondary education in the workforce. Any questions?
I just had a question. If you could describe how this has affected the funding, because I think, I think it crossed disciplines with CTE and adult education. Perhaps not, but so I think, I mean, you suffered like everyone else the severe cutbacks during the recession, and then your budget may have increased somewhat, and then how does this, so the overall budget with the adult education program, how does this change or affect it?
So with flexibility, adult education money was all flexed, and so that meant that districts could use adult education money that had previously been protected categorically. Districts could then use adult education funds for any educational purposes. And so during that period, a lot of adult schools closed, and Poway had a commitment to keep our adult education open. We did scale back our program dramatically. And so what this does, the last 2 years, we've been under a maintenance of effort requirement, and so our district has been required to support our adult education program at the same level that it was in 2012-13. And so because we had our program opened, we were really supporting that with local control funding formula. So our district general funds was supporting adult education.
So with AB 104, we've now created a whole new funding stream for adult education that doesn't have an impact on the LCFF. So it's not a part of the general fund. It's a new protected way to fund adult education, this block grant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and is that the total cost or just an additional allotment
Well,
that is
so
outside of LCFF?
We, I'm looking at Malaga. Do you want to answer? You can answer if you want to. But, okay, go ahead.
What Kathleen said is exactly right. While we were in the flex stages, which means that the general fund could usurp those funds from adult education, the adult education program for Poway was $1.2 million in 2007-8. We left about $900,000 in the general fund and funded only $300,000 or so for the adult education program. So Kathleen, through her management skills, was able to have fee-based classes and still keep those programs running. What we did in our district, though, was we did not do away with Fund 11, which is the designated fund for adult education, though the governor had said we could. Other districts dissolved that fund. We did not. So this money is now, when Kathleen says it's protected, it goes into Fund 11, so it cannot be used in the general fund.
And so just one last follow-up question. You did touch upon some of the groups that participate. Can you describe a bit more who your clientele is, so to speak? I mean, is it mostly students or parents of students, or
so
hybrid?
I think what we looked at are those populations, so adults with disabilities, parents of school-aged children, and older adults. And we said, well, we're not going to create specific programs for those populations. We're going to offer the programs. So the career technical education program, the apprenticeship program, English as a second language and citizenship programs, and then adult basic education and adult secondary education. So those are the programs that we're offering. So that's really, if you think about ABE and ASE, the adult basic education and ASE, adult secondary education, those are folks that are trying to get high school diplomas or trying to get equivalents. So they're people who weren't successful in school and are now trying to do that in order to get to the workforce. And so that's really the change, is that we're looking at this as an economic impact. So in the old days with adult education, we had 10 program areas. We could offer art classes, kind of these community enrichment programs. Those things have all transitioned. We're still offering those, but we're doing them on a fee-based arrangement. So there are community ed programs, and students who want to take those programs pay for them. And so now we're looking at offering programs that are really targeted to either post-secondary alignment or transitions to the workforce. That's really the major change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I said that was the last question, but I just had a quick follow-up. So,
Yeah.
So how do you? Because I know with the classes you mentioned, the fee-based ones, you have the nice flyer that goes out.
Right.
But how do you market or let community members know about the programs for their high school diploma or GED?
So we still put those things in the catalog, and that catalog goes to every single household. You've probably driven by and seen the marquee. It's amazing how many people know what we do just by driving by and seeing the programs that are offered. We do flyers at libraries. And a lot of our community partners, that's part of what we look at having partnerships with, is to recruit students. Right now, we are... I wouldn't say we're at capacity, but we have wait lists for a lot of our programs. And so having additional funding is going to help us eliminate those wait lists because we can really grow the program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for that and your leadership.
Okay, D103, is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe, second by Board Member Zane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. D201, approval of the Associate Superintendent of Business Support Services Employment Agreement for a period of 2 years. that the Board of Education approve the Associate Superintendent Business Support Services Employment Agreement. I'm sorry, that's the recommendation of Superintendent Collins.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Last year, we were advised that by state law, everybody who serves on the superintendent's cabinet has to have a separate contract with the board, not just the superintendent. Previous to that, the associate superintendents, the cabinet members, were on the admin pay schedule. So, with that in mind, we crafted and we approved in November 2014 new contracts with each of the associate superintendents. Tonight, what we're asking the board for, and the board has received a printed copy in their folder, is simply an amendment to that contract to extend this so that it continues to be a 2-year contract.
Okay, are there any questions?
I have a motion.
Okay.
Is it premature?
Yes. No, go ahead.
I would like to move to postpone this matter until the board has a chance to discuss it and ask questions of legal counsel. We have not had that opportunity, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to ask you those questions or ask any of the associate superintendents those questions.
Okay.
I would be pleased to have that agendized next month in closed session so we could do that.
We can do that.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Motion to table by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe.
Motion to table to time specific being next month. Correct?
Okay.
Sure. I didn't say that, but okay.
In closed session.
A motion to table time specific
Versus indefinitely.
next month in closed session by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe, second by Board Member Zane. Is there any further discussion? I would just add, I don't believe that the 3 new board members have actually seen these contracts.
That's correct.
They were not posted and board shared. That needs to be done before the discussion so that can be part of the discussion. I think it's
I would
important.
add that I did look it up. I knew when the last board approved these, but it wasn't in our packet. You're right. Yeah.
Was it on the docket when that? Well, it was before your tenure, but you're saying were the full contract?
I knew when it was approved last.
Right.
May
No,
I
but I'm
ask?
saying the contents of the contracts to do it. Have you seen the contracts?
I pulled
Is that
those.
okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to be clear on the motion. It's to table this till December, to schedule in closed session in December, discussion with legal counsel, but to also pick it up from the table at the December meeting, this item.
We may want to leave that open because if we have a discussion and there are some questions and issues on the contracts that can't be answered at that meeting, I don't know if that's an issue.
It seems like we should have it on the December agenda as well, and we could postpone again if necessary after conversation.
Sure.
It may not be necessary, or it may be.
Right.
Okay.
I don't want to put this off further than we have to,
Right.
but we need to have an
Gives us
opportunity
some
to
flexibility.
discuss and ask questions.
So it's being tabled to December.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Or actually,
Well,
that's the
maybe we need
motion.
a
We
vote.
haven't voted on it. Is there any further discussion?
I'd love to not have to make this for the next 2 items after this, but I think for all 3 items, do we have to do it for all 3?
I think we'll
Okay.
just go through it quickly. Okay, so we have the motion to table till December with the closed session agenda item and docketed in open session. Motion by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe, seconded by Board Member Zane. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. D202, and this is the approval of the Associate Superintendent of Learning Support Services Employment Agreement
You make it.
for a period of 2 years. Superintendent Collins, should we just go to the vote?
So, I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. Is there a motion to do the same thing on this item as we did on the last?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Go ahead.
Okay, is there,
Move to table till December for regular session and discussion in closed session in December.
Second.
okay, a motion by Board Member Zane to table until December, closed session and open, second by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. D203, approval of Associate Superintendent Personnel Support Services Employment Agreement for a period of 2 years. Is there a motion?
Motion to table until December regular meeting and in closed session.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe to table until the December meeting for closed session and open session, second by Board Member Zane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. D301, review and acceptance of the 2014-15 financial compliance and program audit. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we are very proud to be presenting the 2014-15 financial audit for the district. Before we start into the program, I'd like to recognize the work of Director of Finance, Joy Romero. Luckily, she's sitting in the front today, so everybody can see her. Thank you very much, Joy, to you and your team. Excellent work. We are very proud of this because it is a near-perfect audit with only one finding, in spite of all the programs that we handle in the Finance Department. And this evening, to present the finding and answer any questions the board may have, we have our auditor, Ms. Aubrey King from Wilkinson, Hadley, King & Co.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm pleased to be here to present to you the 2014-2015 audit of compliance and the financial statements. I know that our report is lengthy, but there's a nice summary on page 110 through the end that covers the major points of the audit. So I'd like to report that we did issue an unmodified opinion, meaning that we do find these financial statements are a fair representation of the district's financial position. We audited 3 federal programs and we audited 21 state programs for compliance. And of those programs, we had 1 audit finding in state compliance on unduplicated pupil counts. We did identify 2 students in our sample who are showing as English learners who should not have been showing as English learners. That results in a loss of funding of about $22,000. And we made a recommendation that the district implement procedures to prevent the misclassification of students in future reporting to the state. Are there any questions that the board has for us?
Are there any questions from the board?
So on 100 and something pages, you only made one mistake? I mean, we only made one? All right, no, I'm just joking.
Yeah, yeah.
I just want to make a note that I thoroughly enjoyed all 100 and some pages of that. However, I have yet to really synthesize my thoughts on that, and I am confident that I can refer my questions at a later date to Ms. Thalandi and Ms. Romero. But thank you for being here for that.
I wanted to let you know I did read every page of the audit, MD&A and all the subsequent reports. I don't have any particular comments with regard to the audit or the job your firm has done. I do think it's remarkable that we had only one proposed adjustment, so that's exceptional, and that it was of such a nominal amount is also commendable. I did have one item I wanted to comment on, and it's really more of a policy issue than an accounting issue. And it's on page 81, which is the general fund budgetary comparison schedule. And it shows very helpfully, Exhibit B1, the variance between the final budget and the audited financials. And this is where Dr. Collins and I will part company. on this issue is that, we show the budgeted final revenue amounts as $300 million versus actuals of $299 million. That's a variance of 0.4%, which is astounding. That's incredibly close. We get down to the expenditures, and the total expenditures were $317 against a budgeted amount of almost $344. That's a variance of over $26 million, which is 7.7%. And I've said this before. I know that it's standard in the industry to underestimate revenues and over budget expenses. But as policymakers, we rely on accurate data in order to make our decisions. And the revenue figure was remarkably accurate, more accurate than we would have a reasonable expectation for. The problem with having a $26 million variance in the budget for expenses is that in this year it makes no difference because it served to reduce our deficit spending by $26 million, which is a great thing. I'm just happy that worked out that way. But $26 million, let's say you're in a good year or a flat year, that's $26 million that essentially wasn't made available to the board. It wasn't given to us from a policy basis of saying, hey, we have $26 million less in expenses. How would you make your decision differently if you knew that information? Would you spend $3 million on this or $2 million on that? And so, I've repeated this behest regularly, which is that I would really like to cut down that percentage. It's 7.7% in this report. I think if we could get it somewhere in the neighborhood of half that, I think that would be very helpful. I'd even accept more variance in the revenue side in exchange for less variance. If you could get them both to 3.5, I'd be thrilled. So, but that's a policy issue, not to in any way denigrate the work of your firm or of our staff, both of which were excellent. So, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
The dollar amount listed as a possible loss, the $22,000, is that just for those two students, or is that assuming that there are going to be more when we do the full review?
Right. So the state requires that we extrapolate the error rate over the entire population. So that extrapolated error rate extends to 102 students that get reduced from your unduplicated pupil count, and that 22,000 is representative of all of those.
That's assuming you find that same rate.
Right,
you find that same rate of error.
Because our sample is truly random, the state requires that we extrapolate the error rate because the chances are, if in a random sample we found an error, there are others that exist.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
It's using 102 students to calculate the 22,000?
Yes.
So if my math is correct, 22,000, let's just call it 22,000 divided by 102. If it does prove to be a correct projection, means that the cost per student is $215.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention, I looked at the notation in your footnotes about the calculation, and a sample size of 50 is actually considered quite large. So it should be reasonably, if not very accurate.
I think to continue on the theme of governance, so I've been on the board for about 3 years, and I think, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've actually. First time I met you. Well, it may not have been you before, but it's my understanding that the auditor is hired by the board.
Correct.
In order for the board to carry out its oversight responsibility. And so with that in mind, and unlike my colleague, board member Sellers, I'm not an accountant, I'm a layperson. So with that in mind, could you give us, the board, some, tips, tools, advice for how we can carry out that responsibility in hiring you, and specifically, like specific areas you would recommend that we focus on, And also, if we have particular areas of interest, how we would convey those to you or given a financial auditor for the district going forward. You know.
Sure. Well, the audit takes a good part of a year. We start in May, and we issued our report in November. So we make many trips out to the district throughout the year. So if at any point the board becomes concerned of anything in particular, we would encourage you to contact us directly, and we can provide you with my email address and our firm's, our managing partner's email address as well if you wanted to address concerns specifically about the team that is sent out to do the audit. As far as what information you need to know when you're hiring a firm, is you need to make sure that you're hiring a firm that understands schools and school accounting. That's our specialty at our firm, and there are other firms in the state that specialize in school auditing. But we spend a great deal of time on committees specific to school auditing. We understand the compliance issues that are specific to schools. And so that's one of the things that makes us a viable candidate for your district. Your district also has with it a significant amount of debt that is not always easily understood by all accountants. So hiring a firm that understands the debt items and how the disclosures are needed to be written is also an important thing that the board should consider.
You're talking about the capital facilities debt?
Yeah, you have the CFDs, which has quite a bit of debt, and then you have the capital appreciation bonds, as well as some other debt items. But and just to give you a kind of a perspective, I spent about 60 hours just going through the debt transactions for this district. So it can be really cumbersome for someone who doesn't understand what these debt items are.
So did that include all the CFDs 1 through 16?
Yes.
And all the improvement areas?
Yes.
So what do you look for in there? What are flags, or what are you looking for? I mean, other than just numbers matching on a spreadsheet.
A big part of it is numbers matching. So we look at new debt issuances specifically and making sure they're accounted for correctly in the financial statements. We look at your payments on those debt issuances. We look at the revenue that comes in to cover those payments. And then there's a number of items. Did you account for the premiums and discounts in accordance with GAAP? Did you account for the prepaid bond insurance in accordance with GAAP? And then we look at items when you have refundings. There's specific note disclosures that are required. Also, refundings could result in a gain or a loss to the district, and there's very specific accounting transactions that happen with those. So we spend quite a bit of time making sure that those entries are posted correctly and that they extract into the audit report correctly.
So in your work with other districts, have boards requested that you focus on certain areas, and what are some common areas of the audits or district budgets that where boards have specifically asked for you to go further? And I don't know if it encompasses more than just a spreadsheet, but an evaluation of like a cost-benefit analysis. I don't know if that's beyond the scope.
Cost-benefit analysis is typically beyond the scope of what we're doing in our audit. And sometimes requires a specific expertise depending on the area, especially if it involves construction. We don't work in construction, so we don't have the expertise in something like that. We have had boards ask us specific things. Normally, those requests come when there's concerns of misappropriation of assets, as an example, or possibly they receive some allegations from members of the public that they want to follow up on, and we can be a good resource for that because we're independent of the district, so we can give you an outside look at a specific item, independent with no, we don't receive any gain from what our findings are. So usually when a board asks for something specific, it's based around specific allegations that have been made.
Thank you. I think this has been very educational and informative. Any further questions?
Motion to approve.
Great. And we have a motion by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe, second by Board Member Patapow to approve D301. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. D302, the approval of monthly budget revisions. Recommendation is that the attached monthly budget revisions for the month of October, fiscal year 2015-16 be approved. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we are bringing to the board for approval the budget revisions that were done to the combined general fund in the month of October. And in the 2016-17 school year, we have used the Department of Finance revenue projections. Any questions on the budget revision?
Any questions?
Pleased to see that 5.6 million there. That makes me happy. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe, second by Board Member Zane. Is there any further discussion? And I don't know if this would just be the appropriate time for a brief comment. We have had a lot of speakers address programs, and since got a little bit of a windfall, I think I'd like to take a look at program restoration as part of our, a full court press attempt to aggressively restore back to 2007-8 levels our programs and services and class sizes. And with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes with the absence of Board Member Sellers. Did you get the first and second? Okay, and now we have our one and only pulled consent calendar item D303, E303. Approval ratification of contractual services report 4-2016, and the recommendation is that this be approved and or ratified. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This is our list of contracts that was initiated in October in the amounts of exceeding $15,000. Was there any special one that there was a question on?
Yes, thank you. I saw that there was a revised sheet that went out on this item, and I just had a question as to the addition of the name Noron Management Advisors, LLC. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the scope of that particular line item.
Yes, Mr. Zane. The original document had just the person's name, Ronald Chandler. They had omitted the business name, which is Noron Management Advisors. So we did revise the document to reflect that. This is a document, a contract not to exceed $18,000 to assist, as I had written to the board today, in the MIDI project. We are at a very crucial point in this project. We did consider 2 other consultants before we landed on this one. The other 2 people did not want to take on this job because it is a very unique job. It is going to be working with the County Office of Education and coordinating payroll, personnel, and human resources and benefits in our district as we enter into the second phase of MIDI. We are in the first phase where purchasing and finance went on board October 1st, and I'll have to say, following a meeting at the County Office of Education that I attended last Friday, our district, because we have a unique project manager for the MIDI, is doing well compared to many other districts. There is not that frustration at the site level. We have avoided that. Initially there was some, but because we have a project manager, we are in good places. And a project of this magnitude must have a project manager.
I just wanted to ask, given that the first phase of the rollout was so successful and has been so successful, I didn't see anywhere in the material the name of our project manager who was in charge of the first phase.
Yes, Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe, it was in one of our contracts. Our project manager at the district level has been Robert Gravina, our CTO. He has been handling the whole project. We did have one consultant working with us, which was the TLC for schools. That company worked with us in finance and purchasing. They do not have the time to devote to the payroll side because they have taken on 2 other school districts in this project.
One additional question. Will Mr. Gravina be available to share with these Noron management advisors and Mr. Chandler how and why he was so successful in working through this the first time around?
Mr. Gravina is in the audience.
I know he's not going to do the job again this time, but will he be available to help make sure it's successful again?
Yes, he's nodding his head there, back there.
Thank you.
So is this contract then, is he filling the gap for our staff and consultant, or for the TLC consultant? What's
well, the for TLC, that contract is still valid. What they will be doing is checking the data as it transfers from payroll into the new system. We are talking about volumes of data that our staff cannot hold. So that she will be doing that as well. Meanwhile, we need somebody who sees the overall project and brings it to fruition, and that is working with the County Office of Education. Our programs, especially in our benefits section, as you well know, our health benefits are unique, and we have so many different ways that it is factored to the union groups, and that's where we would need most of the help.
So it's not, this isn't school site, it's more administration?
It would be
at
more
the
district
level,
office.
district office, payroll, benefits, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And you said this was the second half, so we're about at the halfway point then in the implementation process?
We are calling the human resources side phase 2 of the implementation.
Okay. And the contract, it looks, so it's like, and it's, 7.5 month contract?
Yes, and it's a not to exceed amount, so this contract will not go beyond $18,000.
Okay. All right. Are there any further questions?
Motion to approve.
Okay. All right. All right. Motion by Board Member Zane, second by Board Member O'Connor-Ratcliffe to approve the contractual services report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. D501, approval of Resolution 16, 2016, entitled Ordering Judicial Foreclosure Pursuant to the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982 of certain properties for which the payment of special taxes are delinquent, approving and ratifying certain actions of special counsel, and ordering that the tax collector be credited with those special taxes. And the recommendation is that this be approved, authorizing the superintendent or his designee to proceed on behalf of the board with foreclosure proceedings. Associate Superintendent Delandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, as required by the Melrose Act, we are bringing forward 4 special tax homeowners, 6 properties total, but 4 owners who are delinquent in their tax payments. I do want to share, though we bring this item for action to the board every year, the historical data is that to date, Poway Unified has never initiated any foreclosure proceedings on our clients. The district will continue to work with our clients to encourage payment. We have started the following steps in order to reach the clients, which is initially we sent a letter of delinquency on August 17th, followed by a letter of delinquency notice sent by our legal counsel, Best and Krieger, and then we follow up verification on October 30th and November 10th with the County of San Diego to see if any of them have paid these taxes. And we will continue that and not do any foreclosure proceedings.
Okay, are there any questions?
How many different owners does this represent?
This is 4 owners, and 6 properties. Just for your record, we have over 22,000 homeowners who are paying CFT taxes, and our delinquency factor is less than 1.1%.
How does that work? Four owners, 6 properties?
Well, if you see the list on page 2, Ms. Beatty, number 6 is one homeowner, 11 Zone 2 and 11B, 2 properties, but one owner owns both of them. 14A and 14, again, one owner owns both those properties, and the last one, 14, is owned by one owner. So you
Are
would
those
have
2 properties or one property with 2 different taxes?
No, it's 2 properties, and it'll have 2 APN numbers, but one owner.
Okay.
So we are listed 6 properties, but they are 4 owners. So 4 owners will be getting these letters and bills.
Yes, Mr. Sellers.
I gather the idea here is that we don't want to foreclose. That's an expensive and time-consuming process, but having the board's approval to foreclose, if necessary, gives you additional leverage in dealing with the homeowners.
That is correct, Mr. Sellers.
Ms. Brookline, did you want to say anything?
Waiting in case you have other questions.
Oh. You're welcome. Okay, all right. Are there any further questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve? Okay, motion by Board Member O'Connor-Radcliffe, second by Board Member Sellers. I'll see any further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. D601, approval of board member appointment to the Education Technology Advisory Committee. The recommendation is that the board member select a replacement appointee to the Educational Technology Advisory Committee. Superintendent Collins.
Thank you, Madam President. The procedures that we have for our Board Advisory Committee specify that if a member resigns from that committee, that whomever appointed that member, and in this case it was the entire board, submit a recommendation for replacement if you choose to do so. The earlier resignation from the committee was actually an appointment directly by Mr. Patapal, so he made a recommendation and the board approved it. This one was one of the additional folks that the board had appointed to round out the committee. If the board believes that it's necessary to replace this person, then you can do that tonight on a majority vote of the board.
I just want to make one comment. I spoke to Catherine Westberg this afternoon. She's no longer available to serve, so that cuts our applicant pool down by 1.
Okay, do we?
Chair entertain just making a motion of an appointee and see if there's majority vote on it.
Okay.
I'll move for Joe Long.
Joe Long? Was Joe Long in the? Oh, this is not someone who does not have an application on file?
No, we got it when we sent it.
Yeah. It's at the top of the handout here.
Oh, okay. I did not look at that. Let me look. This is in this packet? I see.
Right there.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Is it acceptable to simply make a motion and a second to approve the appointment? That's not how we conducted all the other ones. And
Right.
the other ones we actually, passed out a ballot. And okay.
Okay, so can we take that up, withdraw that? Okay, so let's, we do a voting process?
Right. So.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, and we have 4 contenders, right?
Right. So if nobody gets 3 votes, we take the 2 highest.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, just out as a Robert's rules, there was a motion. Was there a second?
Yes.
So I believe you need to decide what you want to do with that motion before you do a different process. I think, unless you withdraw the motion.
I did, right. I withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Having voted, the selection was Joe Long. Gotta say how everyone voted? Mr. Sellers, Kathy Yang. Ms. Beatty, Kathy Yang. Mr. Long, Mr. Patapaw, Joe Long, Mr. Zane, Joe Long, Mr. Conrad Radcliffe. 3-2. Okay. So Joe Long is the selection.
D601, the approval of the board member appointment. So the board has selected Joe Long. We don't need a motion. We've done the vote. The vote has been tabulated.
So, I'm sorry, was there a motion to approve someone?
Joe Long.
Is there a second?
I guess we do.
It's a vote, 3-2.
It was a 3-2 vote to appoint Joe Long, in favor of Joe Long.
I didn't hear a formal motion and a formal second to do that. Did that happen?
Yes.
No.
And then was there a vote?
No, it didn't happen.
I would suggest that you do that for Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedures.
Following the 3-2 vote, I'll make a motion that we formally appoint Joe Long as the board appointee.
Second.
Okay. All right.
So I second the motion.
Motion by board member Zane. Well, yeah, it's going to be a 3-2. Second by board member Patapow. All those in favor of Joe Long, say aye.
Aye.
I see. Okay, so the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. That's
by
helpful.
Zane and second by Mr. Patapow. D602, the approval of proposed revisions to Administrative Procedure 1.151, Board Advisory Committee, Superintendent Collins.
Thank you. This can be pretty quick. The board procedure 1.15.1 is governed by the board policy 1.15, which requires the board to make any adjustments to the procedure. I'm recommending this adjustment based on the language that's currently in the procedure so that we can take the next item where the board has asked to appoint board members to the actual board advisory committees. So if this procedural change is approved by the board as required by its policy, then we can move on and do the next part. Or it can be amended and revised. You're the only ones that can change this procedure. So there can be friendly amendments to it as well.
And speaking of which, I did want to introduce a friendly amendment. So the change is essentially
that one board member shall be appointed as a committee member to each board advisory committee by a majority vote at a regular meeting of the board. Only one board member may be appointed to each advisory committee. The board member may not serve as an officer of that committee, i.e. chair, vice chair, or secretary. That is my proposed change to the procedure, but it can certainly be there can be a friendly amendment to it
Well, I wanted to posit a friendly amendment and to just add the addition of an alternate board member. So a board member is assigned, and if they can't make every meeting, then their alternate would go in their stead. I'll make that motion for that, for this board policy change with incorporation of the friendly amendment. And is there a second?
I have another friendly amendment, which is that one board member shall be appointed as a non-voting committee member. I think the objective here was to get the input of the public, and my concern is that if a member of the board participates as a voting member, they've already participated in the recommendation that's coming to the board, and that might, I don't think it looks good for the process, so I'd rather it come to the board without any formal position taken by the board member who's advising the board.
I believe that's addressed in the policy, but it certainly, let me make sure I hear you correctly. You're suggesting that whomever the board appoints as a board member to a committee be a non-voting member of that committee.
Right.
Okay, I believe that's addressed already somewhere in here, but it is consistent with state law as well.
Okay.
What you're proposing, and if it's not in here, Wendy, can you turn on your mic and talk to us? Because I can't hear you if you don't.
I don't actually think it's in there in the procedure. I believe in policy we say that superintendent or designee would not be a voting member, but I don't think we address a board member as a voting member.
Okay, so we can make that amendment on this.
I support that amendment with
So
my
I hear
motion.
two friendly amendments that are currently being offered.
Is it time for discussion on this then? I guess my thought at this point is that the non-voting member kind of takes care of it. I'm not sure an alternate is necessary at that point, because board members are still free to attend the meetings, and if you're not voting anyway.
Well, I think the difference is if you're attending the meeting, you're in the audience, and you're not participating. And if you're assigned to the committee, then you can play an active role in discussions on agendized items. You know, and so it makes for easier communications. So, for instance, if there's an agendized item about the Brown Act, the board member can have interaction if they're assigned to the committee or they're an alternate assigned. Whereas if they're out in the audience, they can't participate in the discussion and weigh in on that. And the purpose really here is to help guide the committees in both substance and procedure.
And I think to the extent that the goal is to have a board member in attendance, I think having a line of succession is probably helpful, in that someone has already agreed to accept the responsibility of filling in for the primary. So I would support that.
I think that what I heard earlier was the concern that just having a board member attend each meeting means that board member is like every other member of the public. They can have their 3 minutes under public comments, and then they're to sit there quietly and not participate in the discussion, not advise the committee, not do anything. What I believe the request was to have a board member appointed to the committee so they could provide that information as part of the committee. What Mr. Sellers is asking is that, yes, he's, I believe, supportive of that concept, but does not believe that that sitting board member should get a vote of the committee, should not get to vote with the committee, but can sit with the committee, answer questions, be a part of the discussion. If we don't make the change in the procedure right now, let's just say, Michelle, you are at the ETAC committee meeting. You can get up, you can speak for 3 minutes, and then you have to sit down, and you can't participate unless you're called on by the committee, and even that gets a little iffy. This allows you to interact more if you were the appointee and provide help to the committee so that they they can be more functional. And Charles' friendly amendment is that, but you probably shouldn't be a voting member.
I find both items friendly and would move approval with the friendly amendments.
And I want to make sure that Wendy heard both of the friendly
We
amendments.
probably should be very specific on this.
If not, well, they're on tape, but
May I attempt to restate what we're doing? Okay. As written, and I'll just add in the words as I think we said it. One board member shall be appointed as a add-in non-voting committee member. Just added non-voting at that point to each board advisory committee by a majority vote. Go blah 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 blah. That next sentence that begins, only one board member may be appointed. One board member and one alternate board member. No, that doesn't work.
I think you
Is
could.
that clear?
I think, but is that the gist of what the two friendly amendments are?
One board member and one alternate board member.
An optional alternate? I mean, we could.
Who-
Even optional.
I would say an alternate should the
Yeah,
appointed
to be
not
more
be able to
specific.
attend.
Yes, that's better. Okay.
Okay.
Somebody want to restate that then?
So one board member and an
One
alternate.
board member and an alternate if the board member,
that may serve on
the
the committee.
appointed board member is unable to attend.
Correct.
Okay. May be appointed to each board advisory committee.
As a non-voting committee
Anyway,
member.
we already have that in the first
Right.
sentence, so.
That good?
Did you get it
Okay.
this time? Okay. I'm not sure we said it right, but we're hoping.
Okay, and we have a motion for approval by Board Member Zane. Is there a second? Okay, second by Board Member Sellers. All those in this D602, Procedure 1.15.1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously.
So now that the procedure has been changed, and because it's procedure doesn't require a second reading, item D603 is to allow you to do this now.
Okay.
To decide, and how you decide is, again, open for you. You can each submit a name and do that like you did, or one of the board members can make a nomination, and if it dies for lack of a second, we wait for another nomination. If it gets a second and it's approved 3-2, then we're done. If it's not approved 3-2, then we would say, okay, that motion dies. Is there another nomination? And that nomination with this change in procedure should be probably first. Well, it needs to include the alternate, and it can be a nomination. I could say I hereby nominate Andy to be in charge of the XYZ committee, or be appointed, and that Kimberly be the alternate. And then we could vote, you could vote, or you can do them separately. You could say, I nominate Andy to be the committee appointee from the board. We get that done, and then we take another vote on the alternate.
Okay.
However you want to do that.
I'd like to make the motion that Michelle be appointed to the Technology Advisory Committee with Ms. Beatty as the alternate.
Second.
Okay, motion by Board Member Patapow for Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe to be the board member appointee to ETAC with myself, Board Member Beatty, as the alternate. Second by Board Member Zane. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously.
Now we need to do the same thing for the Budget Review Advisory Committee.
I would make a motion to have that board member Sellers be the board member, non-voting board member on the BRAC.
And the alternate?
I'm not going to name that person. And Mr. Zane as the alternate to the BRAC.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for the board member appointee to BRAC. You don't like BRAC? With Board Member Zane as the alternate.
We accept the sentence. I mean,
Is there a second? There was a,
we did.
who was the second? Who
I'll
seconded?
second it.
Andrew, okay. All right, it was motion by, you motion, right, or Connor Radcliffe, second by Board Member Patapow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And the motion passes unanimously. D 701, approval of California School Boards Association Policy Development Workshop. The recommendation, the board president recommends that the Board of Education approve procuring the services of CSBA policy consultants for policy development workshop in order to bring board policies and procedures up to date. This was my requested action item. I had brought it at the beginning of the year, and I'm bringing it back again. I have been working with the legal consultant with the California School Boards Association, who did a cursory review not of our the substance of our policies, but just of the titles, and found that over 646 of our policies had CSBA updates, and there were an additional 200 CSBA policies that are not contained in our manuals. We have the green sheet in front of us here, where he explains that when the policies are not, they're out of date or out of compliance, and staff or board look to the policies for guidance in order to try to avoid or resolve a problem, it can make the problem worse. There also, that analysis that I just referred to was done back in May. Since then, there have been policy and legal updates in July and October, and there are some additional ones that are going to be occurring December 15th. I know, so what this is the consultants come down, and there is, it's usually an intensive 2 or 3 days. Board members it's an open meeting, so board members can participate if they so choose. It's a great opportunity to really drill down. It does take, obviously, it takes work time away from staff, and I know that's a concern, although some of the piecemeal issues and changing of policies, I think that the way we're doing policy revisions now in totality is probably more time consuming. CSBA the consultants are willing to work with us if we do want to try to chunk this into more of a piecemeal fashion, because there's so many policies. But generally, everybody gets in a room. You have the consultant, and then our directors, or rather the associate superintendents of the different departments, business, personnel, and learning, take their portion and work on that. And sometimes there's a whole group discussion. But they largely take their piece of it, and the board members would take their governance piece of it, and there is a template that is, that CSBA has, that helps with just kind of a fill-in-the-blank sort of process. And I think another issue that was brought up was the concern that we apparently are the only district that's still on the Dewey Decimal System with regard to our board policies. The CSBA uses 1,000 series from 1,000 to 9,000, so it is hard for board members to interface with the CSBA sample policies that we have in existence, or for staff to do the same, for that matter. And so I think interfacing those is probably not as arduous of a task as one would think, just by virtue of the fact that this, in a relatively short time, this Robert Turk, the legal consultant from CSBA, was able to analyze our policies and cross-reference them with the CSBA ones, to determine where updates had been made. So I think we've seen cases, whether it was closed session or open session, we've seen a number of cases where we've run into problems because our policies weren't updated. And so I think, in the long run, I think this is definitely a valuable endeavor. So with that, I'll just put it out for discussion or questions, thoughts, or motions.
I'd like to hear a little staff input before we opine ourselves on the nature of this, if we could.
I can provide some input on that. My concern about this is not about using CSBA to guide us on the revision or updating of our current policies. We already have a contract with them to do that, I believe, through Gamut. And if this contract would make them would provide for them to review every single one, I don't have a problem with that. I do have a concern about switching the numbering system, and my concern about that is simply that we have thousands. Well, we have many. I shouldn't quantify it, but we have many things in our system that reference board policy. Forms, publications, I think you saw a list of examples of some of those. If we change our numbering system, all of those things have to change as well. So in addition to the $14,000, there's a staff cost of implementing the change of the numbering system. I'm not clear of the benefit of changing our numbering system as it would serve the board. So my recommendation would be, if the board wants to approve this contract and have CSBA come down and take a look at every single policy we have and procedure and make some recommendations to the board or to me and staff about, well, we probably should update this procedure in particular, I have no problems with that. And even their suggestions on how it should be worded. I have problems with changing the numbering system. And quite frankly, the policies and procedures that we have developed over the last, I don't know, when did we become a district? I don't know, 60-something, have been written specifically for this school district. And I think if there are specific policies or procedures that are identified as needing revision, that work best be left to this cabinet, because they know this district, they know how it should be incorporated, but not just unilaterally adopt the CSBA's recommended changes. So I think it's more of a matter of knowing which policies and procedures should we be looking at. Yeah. And I don't think that's a $14,000 contract.
I think I tend to agree with Mr. Zane that get some input from the staff, because I know the numbering, and you can look at some of these policies and procedures, and a lot of them are outdated. But it's not because we didn't use them or what have you. It's just that I don't think the staff's had a chance to take a look at them and redo them or refit them or have comments with them. I like to see more input from the staff in the different sections. Let them take over their own sections with guidance from the associate superintendent in charge of that area, and get some feedback and see what we got going from them, and try to incorporate their ideas in whatever changes we make on this.
The third bullet point on the second page of the green sheet says they're going to be there to assist you in melding your district's unique local perspectives and practices with the law. That doesn't sound like they're going to just try to shove their version of the policy at us. It sounds like they're very willing to and expect to work with our existing policies and just make sure they're up to date. And this has come up so many times just in the past several months, that we have really out-of-date policies that are causing us some problems, and this is a way that we can avoid that in the future and do it faster, I think, than we could do it without this service. And if there's a way that we can, I can imagine some kind of cross-referencing number system so that we don't have to change every number. We can have some kind of a cross-reference chart so we can easily use our current numbers, maybe continue with that, but have a cross-reference sheet so we can easily find it in the CSBA manual. I can see that as being a compromise that might work. And if it didn't seem like it was a huge deal, we could maybe start to change some numbers a little at a time, or just maintain a cross-reference chart like that for as long as we feel like that's necessary. Just a thought.
It's a great one. I think that that cross-reference, because as every number is changed, you simply put in parens after it, formerly whatever the code number was. And cross-references are used all the time, for example, in state tax law, where many states simply say, unless we say otherwise, we follow federal law. And they simply have the cross-reference that says, okay, our code section this correlates to federal code section this. And we use those all the time, otherwise we'd never find the particular statute that applies. So yeah, it's very common, and those are basically permanent.
I'm not 100% sure, though, that I think what Mr. O'Connor-Ratcliffe was suggesting was that we keep our existing numbering with a cross-reference to CSBA's numbering system as opposed to the other way around. My opinion on this is really a hybrid between what President Beatty is attempting to accomplish with this green sheet and what you're saying as far as the challenges involved with renumbering everything. A more expanded cross-reference, but if Gammon, and that's the company that you referenced earlier, is the company under which we have a contract currently, is responsible for making sure that these are up to date.
I need to correct that point. We don't have a contract. We have like a $5,600 approximate annual contract to have access to their policies. They don't update our policies.
Okay, that's what I picked up
That's
from the conversation.
what Ms. Beatty said is accurate.
Okay. Well, then, I mean, maybe the company is CSBA to help us with this cross-referencing ability, and it's not Gammon. But what's that? Oh, they're one and the same?
They have different levels of services. So their first level is access to their sample policies, and that's the Gamut Online. And then the next level is the PDW, Policy Development Workshop. And then the next level, the third tier, is something called manual maintenance. And that would be an additional around $5,000 a year. So it's around $14,000 to do this overhaul. And they, we do the rewrites here, and then they basically do all the work of just taking the whole draft, and then they bring it back to us, and then we, in pieces, adopt it. So the third tier is manual maintenance, and that's where they do an ongoing revision. Every time there's, and this addresses Mr. Patapau's point, it's not simply, some of our local customs. These are laws. These are state laws. Just in the last year, there were 60 different policy changes due to laws in that passed in the state legislature over the course of a year. So what they would do then is this manual maintenance program, they would come in and update your policies to make them in compliance with the law. And we know, I mean, school districts are full of legal compliance requirements for staff, students, everybody.
Yeah, I think that's great. I don't think you'd find an argument for anybody here that we shouldn't be doing that. To your earlier comment that they seemingly appeared to be able to go through at a cursory level and identify all of the policies under which there are currently a lack of an update, if you will. I looked at the Excel spreadsheet that you had forwarded that showed all of our policy numbers next to CSBA's policy numbers. And so that would seem to me as a good first step, and if we can just build on that as opposed to reinventing the wheel here locally with all the numbering systems, that would be the ideal.
Well, there's a distinction between the numbering system and which is separate and distinct from updating the policies, and the first thing we have to realize is it doesn't take long to chew up $14,000 of staff time. Right. Does not. All Gamut Online is it's an online legal research service. Just like I have one where I can go to research the Internal Revenue Code, and I'm guaranteed that it's up to the day. So that I can do, as can our staff. But the problem is our staff would have to manually go in and compare every aspect of the policy manual to the one we have existing and make those changes. And that would cost way more than $14,000 in staff time. And in addition to the fact that, I don't know that they could do a better job. So I think the cost is negligible, and I think the speed with which it would be done would be more than justified. As for the numbering system, that's something we can probably decide at the time we're doing the revision, and perhaps CSBA would have a solution to that. Perhaps they've already faced this problem, and they know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that I'm definitely in favor of getting this done sooner rather than later. We just are, the amount of money we'd spend on this, I think we would find that we save that amount very quickly in potential litigation and staff time, etc. But I am very interested in ensuring that we don't create problems because we're insisting on moving our numbering system, possibly unnecessarily. I think we can find a compromise there. I'm confident we can, in fact, so that we can overcome Dr. Collins's and his rightful concern with staff time and trying to find all of the forms that reference it. So I think there's some way we can do that, and then if we can approve this with that caveat, I'm more than happy to make that motion right now.
Are you making it, or are you more than happy to make it?
I will make it.
Then I'll
yes.
second it.
Okay, that was a long. Can you repeat that?
For the record, I
motion?
want to say
Okay.
for
Repeat the
Richard
motion.
with Friends of the Library is not here. I'm not opposed to the Dewey Decimal System. I just want to put that out there, right? So you can just put that over to Richard.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Been late. Okay, motion by Board Member Radcliffe. Did you, O'Connor Radcliffe, did
Did I
you
amend
want
this
to,
in any way?
Yeah, restate, or was it pretty much, I mean, I think we
I
build
think
in
we
some
can get that,
flexibility
yes,
here.
because
I
we
think
will
we're
have
all-
to approve any changes to the policy, so we can make sure that we're not approving anything where the numbering system goes haywire on everyone.
I think the only thing that we have to do there is, these are bullet points that Ms. Beatty has taken from their proposal. When we enter into a contract for the $14,000, we just can say, and that last bullet point we want to talk about.
They're, yeah, and they're
And how it might
incredibly-
be done.
And I mean, they've talked to, and this is their, their legal counsel. They've been strategizing ways to try to be more flexible and responsive, adaptive to school districts. So I mean, that's definitely.
And I see that in the other bullet points, and as Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe points out, I think that does provide for that interaction to make sure it works for us. But I want to ensure that there are two things. One, that the cabinet member responsible for that policy can review whatever recommendations are made. And number two, that the board realizes there will be additional cost for staff time to implement all this. But I agree with Mr. Sellers. It's a lot less than asking staff to review every single policy under this contract. So I'm very happy with that, as long as it's understood that we get to control the contract. We collectively, you get to control that contract, and the alignment of the manual with the numbering system is a piece that we may ask be done differently. Okay?
And it is the associates that, yeah, and I guess that's
And that they be
understood that
involved.
and they actually take their piece, and the consultants in the room, then they, obviously, a lot of these have they cross, what do you call it? I can't. Okay, yeah. So we're just late.
Call the question. Let's go.
Okay. All right, so a motion by Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe, second by Board Member Zane. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Consent. Okay. F209, proposed 2016-17 student attendance calendar, first reading. Associate Superintendent Hogarth.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, the first reading of the 2016-17 student calendar. Dawn Zweibel Johnson chairs that committee and is here tonight if there are any questions.
Okay, were there any questions? Right. This is an information item. First reading. This was a first reading.
Correct.
All right, no questions. So we're on to G108, information item, fee increase for extended student services. Associate Superintendent Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we bring as an information item a fee increase for extended student services for our after-school program for our students. Any questions?
Right.
If you do, I'm going to bring up our team, who's more adept at answering these things. So Barbara and Cindy, if you guys could please come up, and BJ, if you'd like to come up too, that would be fantastic.
Need to introduce her.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. Oh, we have Kimberly here. Yes. Thank you, Kimberly.
You're welcome.
So I will ask the board members if they have questions. Our team will be happy to answer them.
My questions on this are not extensive. I know you'll be disappointed by that, but I have kids who participate in the ESS program and the next item, the fee-based preschool programs. And I'm curious, I thought I had picked up somewhere along the line previously that a board had asked, maybe a previous board had asked, that these fee increases be increased incrementally over the years. That may not have happened, and so we're seeing a substantial increase, comparatively speaking, for this calendar year, as opposed to had they been increased incrementally over a number of years. Can we speak to that and how we can get back to doing incremental increases so we're not in a position where we're approving a sudden increase again?
For ESS, we haven't had an increase in the fees since 2010. So I think it's just been that, it's all matched up fairly well as far as the cost of staff and all of that. And then in preschool, it's been a fairly regular increase kind of every other year. You'll notice that this proposal is an increase for this year and then also an increase for next year so that we won't have to come back to you.
But we are going to get more back into the routine of more regular increases if we need to versus the length of time between each increase. So we do recognize that there's been a length of time. We've tried not to have any increases due to the cost of the programs and the staffing and the rate and all of those types of things. We've had a need to, you see a 10% increase in both programs, but we will be more mindful and more incremental increase versus a big one over.
And I know for some families in the district, this will be seen as a significant increase. And I guess from a policy or a procedural standpoint, also maybe this is a question for Dr. Robertson and Dr. Collins. This is in the agenda as an information item, both items G108 and 109. And as much as I hate to want to put this sort of vote onto the board, I do think that if the district's going to increase fees for these types of programs, that the board ought to own it and vote for it. So we're not in a position potentially at some point where a parent comes up to us and complains about the fee increase. And, well, we didn't really vote for that. It was just presented to us as an information item. That just happened.
I understand your questions and your concerns, and if that is the will of the board, just to give you the historical, that used to be the case, and the board said there's really no reason, because we want you to do it on an annual basis and keep it small, for this to have to come back to the board every time for a vote. This board can change that back to the way it was, but it will require a change, and I have to check. I don't know if it's policy or procedure. If it's procedure, I can do it. If it's policy, I have to bring it back to you, saying that every time there is a fee increase, it needs to be approved by the board, which would require us to bring it to you. If you want, if that's what the will of the board is, we can do both of those. One I can do, or if it's a policy, it'll take 2 readings from you, but we can do that if that is what you would direct us to do. Right now, the current procedure is an information item.
I understand Board Member Zane's perspective on this, and I tend to agree when we're talking about a 10% increase in daily rates and 20% for the summer rate. That might be something that we need for the board to own. If it was going to be truly incremental, say less than 5%, less than 3%, something like that, I don't see the need for that to come to the board.
Okay.
So if it was going to be on an ongoing basis, I don't want to approve small amounts like that, but if it is going to jump by a substantial amount, maybe that's something that should come before the board, maybe a change like that.
That's a good idea. I agree with that.
So if it's a direction of the board to me to look and see, is that a policy or a procedure? And I will do that, and I will take that into consideration. I like what you said too, maybe if it's more than 2% or 3%. But if that's the direction of the board, the staff will work on that.
Yeah.
To support that.
Is it,
So would we decide then?
It
at
doesn't
another-
need to be a formal vote. I just need to know if that's your direction. And I've heard two.
So it doesn't need to, whether it's policy or procedure, it'll come back for the docket to approve, and then we'll decide that threshold.
If
whether
it's
2 or
procedure, I can
3%.
just do it based on what the input I've received in terms of changing the language, that it needs to come back to the board from now on for a vote. I can just make that change in procedure. I can bring it back to you. I can send it to you, however you want to do that. If it is a change in policy, then it will definitely come back to you for first reading next month and a second reading in January.
Do we want to decide the threshold, like 2%? You know, if it changes more than 2% over per annum, or 3 or
5?
It would be helpful to know so we can just write it
I think
in.
that number.
What number?
Yeah, TJ. That's right. I'm out.
Greater than 3.5%.
No, come
Per
on.
year.
Whole numbers.
4%.
3. Greater than 3%.
Greater than 3.
Greater than 3? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Catch that, Wendy? Thank you. So that's the first one. The next one is the preschool program.
Is
And
this
the
for
same
which
ladies
one?
are here to
Wait,
talk
for
to you
which
about that, if you have questions, I
If
believe.
you have questions.
Well, no, 109 is what we're doing now, is the preschool. Is it for 109?
Yes.
Are there questions on this one also?
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have a speaker?
We have a speaker on this item, Dr. Darlene Willis.
I guess this is the benefit of staying to the end. I really think this is the best part, actually, after everybody leaves, but you could really hear. I am a guardian of our 3- and 7-year-old great nephews. So this impacts. This year, the 7-year-old is not going to after-school program, but the other one is going to the preschool program. And I'm just wondering, I really appreciate the comment in terms of, because I would be one of those parents that say, hey, this increased, did you vote on that? So I really appreciate that. But I'm wondering also, is there a process in which you receive input from the parents and how that will impact? How many people will have to leave out because of the increase? Or, in our case, we don't qualify for the kinship, so that would impact. And I'm just wondering if that process takes place where you receive input from the parents or the users of these programs.
Two things, if I may respond. First of all, no, not right now, but given the change that we're talking about, if it's going to be more than 3%,
3%.
then it would have to come to the board for approval, and the input could be, we could get input from the preschool parents, but their technical opportunity for input then would be like you're doing right now, that they could come and speak to the board. If we're going to raise them at all, this notice would go out about this time of year for the subsequent year. Correct, Barbara? But my third point, darling, is that what's important, well, I have two more points. One is these are fee-based programs that were not supposed to impact the general fund, so that's one issue about whether or not parents are involved in the discussion. My second point to you is that we are hoping, and I know hope's not a plan, but that we have hope that the funding for preschool from the state will increase so that more students will not be in the fee-based program, but will be in a regular state-funded preschool program. And I believe there's some good opportunities for that in legislation that's for the State Assembly and Senate right now. So if they increase their funding for preschool, then we'll have fewer fee-based preschools.
That would be great, but I would also think the other side is to keep parents abreast so that if you needed us to go to Sacramento to help with that cause, we'd be more than willing to do that.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. And Barbara Scholl is wonderful, by the way.
Yay.
Thank you.
And I don't know, probably in the parents' letters, it's just a notification of the increase. They probably don't, and I don't know if it would warrant giving more information as to what the reason was. Was it electricity costs, staff, minimum wage, whatever the reasons are, or maybe there's fewer kids or more kids, or what causes the need for these costs.
89% of our budget is staff. So we just had a couple of increases in staff costs because of the percentages that we received. So that'll impact. That's
percentages of what, meaning
the
fewer
rate,
students, more staff?
No, the raise that there were 2 raises since the last.
Oh.
Most of the ESS staff is classified under PSEA, and they received a 3.5% last year, and the board, I believe we finished negotiations this year, right? And there's a 3.08% increase. Those have to get passed along in our fee-based programs as well because it applies to everybody. And so that could be a reason for, I think, a general assumption that a 3% is something that we may have to just decide based on our operating. Anything greater than that would come back to the board.
Another data point, in addition to getting feedback from parents that we haven't asked them about raising fees, but we do survey our other North County preschool programs that are fee-based so that we are competitive or even less of a fee than our neighbors. So we definitely don't take these increases lightly. We want to make sure that we are providing options for parents to have reasonably based fee-based programs. So we do.
And when you say competitive, are you talking both the ESS and the preschool program? And are you comparing to private or other public school programs?
The other, do you want to respond to that?
Both.
Yeah.
Both, yes.
Hold the mic over.
Other school districts, and you probably saw in some of your supporting documents that we called for rates for the local private school, the private schools and private organizations like KinderCare and some of those kinds of that almost all of them we come under. Our costs are less.
And how do we compare with other public schools?
And with other public schools, we're pretty much either on target or less.
So my first question was: this is both for ESS and for the preschool?
Yes.
So they're both about the same as far as being comparably priced or less.
Mm-hmm.
I would just add to that conversation that it's probably, and I'm just guessing, we probably have the largest fee-based preschool program of any district, even proportionately to our size.
Mm-hmm.
Not every district has a fee-based preschool program,
Mm-hmm.
and ours has been so popular and so competitive, and the more we can do until the state decides to fund us more, the better. So that comparison is pretty hard to find, because not many public school districts, shouldn't say that. Public school districts generally do not offer the percentage of fee-based programs that Poway Unified does.
Yes.
Is that
That's
an accurate statement?
That's true, yes. In some school districts, they'll have an area where they'll have 3 or 4 regional schools, and they'll have one preschool in the middle. And then you'll get another 3 or 4 schools, and they'll have one preschool. We have a preschool in all of our PUSD elementary schools except for 2.
And we have one at our high school?
And we have 2 in the high schools because we needed the room, and so we put it in 2 high schools where we had families who needed preschool care, but we didn't have room in the elementary schools.
And how much of a wait list do we have for preschool?
We have a wait list in about 7 schools. Seven out of our 44 classes of preschool, we have a wait list.
So I think there's a demand there, and parents are willing to pay. I would prefer that it be paid by the state for everybody. But until then, I think we offer, I know we offer a very high quality preschool. My daughter went through it, and the fee-based program, and it's phenomenal. So that's just another data point.
So how many schools or how many schools and how many preschools in total? Because presumably some schools have more than one preschool.
24 schools, I think I have that right, Laura. 22 elementary schools, 2 high schools have preschools. There's a total of 44 preschool classes district-wide.
Some are state funded.
In the fee-based program.
Actually, that's all together.
That's all
so
together.
We have 4 classes of Head Start. We have 6 classes of state-funded, if I remember right, state-funded preschool. So both of those programs are free to students and families, and then all the rest of them are fee-based.
And then we also have our Pearl program, which is for our employees at Rolling Hills. The Pearl program, the infant
and
toddler program as well.
Did you say 2 elementary schools don't have preschools?
Right.
Which ones are those?
It's Tierra Bonita and let me remember.
Now, putting you on the spot, you've been here, what, 10
I
days?
know, 4 months.
Yeah.
I'll remember it in a minute.
Barbara, would you introduce who's sitting behind you?
What's that?
Would you introduce who's sitting behind you in her role?
Laura is our accountant for ESS and preschool. And so
if you need justification,
she's throwing numbers at us, and she prepared a lot of them.
So that's why she's feeding
Yes,
the numbers.
Barbara.
Okay, well, thank you. Yes, thanks. Yes, Mr. Sellers.
I want to make one point of clarification since this is all on record. The PSEA wage adjustment for 2014-15 was 2.5%. It was not 3.5%.
Right, and 3.08% this year, which is a total of 5.08%.
Correct.
There was also benefit increases as well, so our benefits go up as well when the wages are increased. But this, it's
Okay. Thank you.
correct. You are correct.
If I may, just in closing, say all these questions shouldn't go without saying that the folks who run both programs do an excellent job.
Yes.
And my point at the outset, that deserves a round of applause. My point at the outset is that, I think there's in places as far away as Washington, oftentimes folks who are elected are more than willing to let bureaucracy make the decisions for fee increases so that they don't own the responsibility. And I think that if we're going to do it here, we ought to own it.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Much appreciate your leadership.
Okay, that is now on to G210. Annual disclosure and certification of estimated accrued but unfunded liability for self-insured workers' compensation claims fiscal year 2014-15 and submittal of annual workers' compensation self-insurers report to the state. This is an information-only item. Associate Superintendent Hogarth.
Thank you, Madam President. As Ms. Beatty said, this is an information item. Mr. Salvati, the Director of Risk Management, is here if you have additional questions.
Are there any questions of the board? questions? All right, sorry to disappoint Mr. Salvati. Sorry.
Good night,
I could've
Mr. Salvati.
I could have gone home 4 hours ago. G211, appointment of commissioners appointee. This is an information-only item. Associate Superintendent Hogarth.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an information item on the new Personnel Commissioner, Mr. Darren Keenigan. Mr. Keenigan is the Personnel Commissioner's appointed commissioner. Corey Amador, the Director of the Personnel Commission, is here tonight if you have questions, and she is still awake.
I'm feeling guilty. We should have put these in the front so they didn't have to stay for 4 hours. Okay, are there any questions? Well, since you're here, I'll ask a question. So we have a new commissioner appointee. Is there some general background of who this person is?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity. Personnel Commission is very pleased with our new commissioner's appointee, Mr. Darren Keenahan. He was appointed. The commission took action at their meeting on November 2nd to appoint him. He will take office in December at our December 7th meeting. You're welcome to attend. We did also at that meeting have an opportunity to acknowledge and recognize Jackie Schlater for her many years of service to the district as an employee and then 15 years of service as a commissioner. So that was a really neat opportunity to recognize her service as well. Mr. Keenahan comes to us. He is currently employed in the Human Resources Division for the City of San Diego, and he was previously a personnel analyst in a civil service environment. So his background and his work experience are very related to the work that we do in the Personnel Commission with a merit system. And so we're very excited to have his knowledge and expertise come aboard. So I'm sorry, and I also wanted to extend his regrets for not being able to be here this evening to meet you personally, but he does plan to attend a future meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Sellers.
I just want to extend on behalf of the board our respect, admiration, and appreciation for Ms. Schlater's work. 40 years of service to public education is a long time. Not by Andy's standards, but for the rest of us, 40 years is a long time. So we thank her.
Thank you. Okay, that was information only. G310 is the enrollment report. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the enrollment report for month 2 for this fiscal year. Our enrollment has grown by 19 students district-wide, and our attendance rate is still strong at 97.37%.
Any questions on this information item? Okay, G311 is the annual investment policy review and quarterly disclosure of local agency investments for Poway Unified School District. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This is our financial report for the first quarter of this fiscal year ending September 30th, 2015. We are reporting here the available cash balances in each of our funds at the county treasury as well as in the local banks and credit unions.
Okay, are there any questions from the board on this information item? Okay, G502, annual investment policy review and quarterly disclosure of local agency investments for community facilities districts numbers 1 through 16. This is an information item only. Associate Superintendent Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is the report of the financial, the cash balances as of September 30th, 2015, the first quarter, for all our CFD accounts as well as the improvement area CFD accounts.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, seeing no questions, we move to agenda item H, new business. Is there any new business of the board? Yes, Mr. Zane.
Not new business per se, but maybe a last opportunity to say this before we close this meeting. It was my failure to at least utilize board member comments or at the opening to recognize veterans in the district on the heels of Veterans Day. And to the extent we were just talking previously about the development of a calendar, it'd be great if in future November board meetings we do have at the front end recognition of veterans in the district. And then secondly, it's a little bit late for it, but we were also preoccupied. We had just finished a 4-hour closed session meeting, but a moment of silence for those who were lost in France, perhaps as we close the meeting, would be in order. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see no other board business and no correspondence. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting is Monday, December 15th at 6 p.m., and we will adjourn to closed session.
I just want to point out that we are going back into closed session on the items that were on the original agenda, and there will be no reportable action out of that discussion for the public. So, have a good night.
Is anyone jealous that they can't?